Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
And it's improvement.
Yeah, it's booming. Now that, see, they planned for growth. It's like that's what we need to do. We got to plan for the growth. We didn't do that. Yeah, it was structured.
Yeah, and it'll come. You know, especially as you know, if your housing's a little less expensive, you've got some land people can put a house on.
Mm-hmm.
There's you know, in the cities, out of sight,
You
you can't
can't.
afford it.
That's why everybody's coming here.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it just causes a stall. It's
Mm-hmm.
not necessarily best.
Exactly.
But you know, I mean, if you don't have affordable housing in the city, then people are going to go
Where they can find it.
Yeah.
Where they can find it.
They'll live
That
somewhere.
makes sense. Yeah, because a lot of my constituents who have renters was telling me how their rent went up almost 50% or $500 within 3 months. So imagine paying a certain price for a certain amount of years you've been living in this house or whatever.
Slight delay there. Hello. Smart man bringing an umbrella. No, just stop.
Okay, it is 6 o'clock, and we're getting ready to call this work session to order. We're going to ask that Commissioner Sanders, if she would be so kind as to give us prayer, and after prayer, Commissioner Cowan will give us the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us bow our heads. Father God, we thank you for this opportunity to be here today and to be safe in handling your business of your people, God. We ask that we all come together on one accord in agreement with what is right for Newton County and also is in alliance with you. In Jesus' name that we pray, amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And at this time, we're going to ask that Acorn Technical Services, that they will come and begin this presentation.
Okay, good evening. So my name is Chip Berger. I'm the project manager for the Transit Master Plan for Newton County. And with me is Robert Greer. He was instrumental on working on the project as well. And also Tony and Chester were our colleagues with the county and helped us so much. So it was a great experience. And so we appreciate you sort of breaking us out from being a lowly agenda item to having our own work session with you. That's very nice, and we look forward to spending some time with you. So we'll get started here. So here's today's agenda. My plan for the presentation is to hit the highlights of the first, say, half-ish of the slides, because I think like most boards, you want to know what am I going to get and what am I going to pay for it. So that's more towards the back. But since this is a work session, if you have questions or want to talk about an item, just feel free to stop me, and we'll spend some time on it. But that's sort of the plan. And this is the agenda and basically the flow of the project. And so we'll go through each element up here throughout the presentation. We had some help on the plan. We had 3 disadvantaged business enterprise subs. We had a pretty strong goal of 25% DB participation, which means they got that much of the fee, and that was Blue Cypress, Kinetics Transportation Group, and Foursquare. So they helped us out with different elements of the study. So, why did we conduct this study? Newton County is one of the few, 32 counties that doesn't have transit within the state, and you have the 3rd highest population. So it was something that came out of the 2018 County Transportation Plan to take a look at transit and to do a feasibility study to see if it made sense for the county. And so what this plan will do, it'll assess the need and demand for transit, and then to give you some recommendations for your consideration as far as services and what they would cost. So key elements of the plan, and it was sort of like our agenda. Initially, we always look at the existing conditions, what's going on in the county at this time, or any study area. And then we look at the transit needs in the market that might be there for transit. And then we come up with potential services and then the funding. And then we put together the master plan. So throughout the study process, we had those ongoing activities. So throughout the process, we had stakeholder and public outreach activities, and some of y'all probably participated in the study advisory surveys and stakeholder surveys. And then we also, throughout the study, had project management activities ongoing. So we had 3 in-person public outreach meetings. And actually the one on May 2021 was my first meeting in person in over a year and a half, just about. We met outside, and it was really nice to feel like COVID was starting to get over with. So we had 3 of them, 2 at the Turner Lake Ballroom, and then that first one was at Legion Field. We also did online public surveys, and you can see up there for each one, we had excellent participation from the public. You know, over 800 surveys completed on 2 of the surveys, and one had over 1,100 surveys returned. So we thought that was very good. And then our technical advisory committee, we met with them as well, and that was made up of key local stakeholders and planning partners. We had other outreach activities. We did have a project website, and at the end of the project, all project documents will be on there. Our final plan is basically final, but it's still draft because we wanted to have your input before we put the final stamp on it. So it's very close to being final, pending your final comments. We did a Transit 101 presentation just to make sure people understood what we were talking about when we were discussing transit. And then we developed a transit vision and goals statement. And that was basically informed by the stakeholder committee and the technical advisory committee, our analysis that we did for the existing conditions, all the surveys, and then the advisory committee and public meeting input. So these were the goals we developed. And as we go through the presentation, when we get back to the recommendations, you'll see we pretty much hit all the goals. I'm not going to read them all to you, but basically they're focused on implementable mobility options for the county. So our transit vision development had short-term and long-term outcomes. For the short term, these were the ones we thought we could implement fairly quickly within, say, 1 to 5 years, things that were sort of low-hanging fruit, and then the longer-term ones would take more time to develop because there would be other players involved, the state and federal funding partners, and and then just ongoing looking at things happening within the county. So this goes into our existing conditions report. So one of the important things, and Alana, before the meeting, we were talking about density. So this is one of the key things we look at in our existing conditions is where are the people. So this is a population density map. The darker colors mean it's more dense. The lighter colors means it's more rural or less dense areas. And so you have had some population growth in the county, and future growth of over 40% is projected on out to 2040. So that's a lot of people to plan for, and there's a need to get them around. But also senior growth is expected to increase. Also a key element is employment density, and you can, over there we have on the side, we have the top 10 employers in the county, but we also do an analysis of where those key employers are, and the larger the dot on the map, the larger, at least in number of employees, the circles are. So you can see right around Covington, it's really covered up pretty well, and then it goes more towards the west, and then there is some big development out towards Social Circle. This one I always think is pretty interesting. It's the travel trends summary. So one of our subs, Kinetics Transportation Group, utilized AirSage data, which is basically as you drive along, you're pinging on cell towers, and it's anonymous, but it does track where the cell phones are going. And so they look at that data, and they looked at October 2019, but also compared it to October 2020 to try to get at least look at some of what the impacts of the COVID pandemic were. And we looked at total trips, which you're seeing here, then also more commuter-based trips. But of the trips in the county, about 2/3 stay within the county, and about 1/3 go outside the county. Almost 80% of the trips either originate in Covington or terminate in Covington. So there's a lot of activity, which you can see tonight right outside, right out in this area. So any questions on this list? It's kind of an interesting slide. Oh, so the ones that go out of the county, most go to Rockdale, which kind of makes sense. And then our two other bordering counties have 6% and 2%, respectively. So of the commuting folks, so about 1/3 of them either begin or end outside the county. And a lot of them go downtown Atlanta or sort of the Atlanta metro area. And you can see the numbers there off to the left. So the major destinations are downtown, midtown, Perimeter and Sandy Springs, but also mostly Rockdale and Walton counties as well. And there is some commuting down to, I guess, job opportunities at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. So the local trips, as you can imagine, a lot of it's centered right around this part of the county that we're in right now. So the top 5 were from Covington, or from West Newton to Covington, and then back to West Newton, Southeast Covington to downtown, and then Southeast Covington to downtown, and Northeast to downtown Covington. So we took that existing conditions data and tried to develop the needs or the gaps in transportation services that transit might be able to fill. And this was part of our Transit 101. This is examples of the different types of transit vehicles. One thing that came up in some of our public meetings was, people didn't want to see big giant buses driving down the street. And really, most of our recommendations don't call for large vehicles. It's more like the demand response vehicle you see there in the middle. But when people think of transit, usually they think of fixed route transit or a train. And the fixed route is typically large buses, 40-foot buses. So that's one type of transit mode. Demand response are usually smaller. We call them cutaway vans. They're like a small airport rental car shuttle type of van. And then not too far from the county is the express service that operates in Conyers, and that's the big coach, over-the-road coach buses that they operate. And then other potential modes, one that's taken the concept of demand response, which is basically when you call in, make a reservation the day before, which is something most counties have, and then they schedule you and come pick you up and take you to your dialysis or your job or whatever. Microtransit is utilizing more modern technology, and it's more responsive. It typically operates in a zone, and then you could have an app and you just sort of call it, like similar to Uber and Lyft, maybe not quite as responsive because you may not have quite as many vehicles, but it operates more real time than demand response service. Vanpools are also another type of transit that's typically done in partnership with companies, large employers, to get people to Vanpool and go to work together instead of everybody driving separately. We did a peer review. We looked at other counties that have transit service that are of similar size and makeup to Newton County. The one we thought was closest was probably Bartow County, and they have about 10 vehicles that operate within the county. There's another example to the south of us, the Three Rivers system. That's a group of counties that have banded together and provide transit service throughout the member counties. Also to the south of us in Valdosta, they have a innovative microtransit service that they've just started within the city of Valdosta. But the counties that were peers were Bartow, Douglas, Hall, Henry, Paulding, and then the two other ones I mentioned, the Lowndes, Valdosta, and Three Rivers. So the findings were they were mostly demand response service, which is just the classic, basic transit service that gets people to essential services, and that's sort of the ubiquitous one in Georgia. So fares range, up to like $4. Paulding County does it free, and then the fixed route services range from $1 to $2.50. Vanpools a little more expensive, $3 to $6. So. Interestingly, so the operating budgets range from 1.4 million annually to 2.7 million, and Bartow's at the lower end of that with their 10 vehicles at 1.5 million. And then they get a mix of local, state, and federal funding for that. So in our transit needs assessment, we also looked at we took all that existing conditions data and put it together in a composite to see where the areas were that might be most supportive of transit, and looked at like key activity generators, where the transit dependent communities were, underlying some of that, or maybe households that just have one vehicle or no vehicles. And so these darker sort of purple, pinkish colored areas are the ones that really need, we think is the better transit markets. And they also correlate to travel patterns throughout the county. So this one sort of shades in the areas a little better. So the really most dense area of the county, which you can imagine is where we're standing right now in Covington. The rest of the areas, the ones to the west and a little south of I-20, are fairly more dense, but not really an urban density. So these would be areas that you might have a microtransit or a flex sort of on-demand type of service. And then in the more rural parts of far northern and southern Newton County and out to the east, you would have more of the traditional demand response transit. Whoops, what did I do? Did I break it? Okay. So we took all that information and we started coming up with some proposed services, and we did them for the short term, midterm, and long term, basically because some are easier to implement and would serve more people in the beginning, and some might take more time either due to coordination with other planning partners, or just maybe that service hasn't, the population hasn't developed yet enough to support that service, but long term we see that happening. So we determined what we thought the potential riderships were, cost estimates, and then we also took what the public and stakeholders told us they wanted to see. So the next three slides are the short-term services, and the bread and butter basic one is the countywide demand response, where you do call typically 24 hours in advance. It would be available throughout the county. Based on the peer review, we thought about $2.50 per trip would be reasonable. And these vehicles are also equipped to handle paratransit type services for wheelchaired or disabled customers, and we said it would operate 12 hours a day on the weekdays. The other one, we heard a lot of people that wanted to go from Covington to the shopping areas and dining areas in Conyers. So we came up with a shuttle that would leave from downtown Covington, go to Conyers along I-20, It'd be a fixed route service, so it would just go back and forth between those two areas. It'd be a smaller van or cutaway type vehicle. It would go every 30 minutes. It'd be about $3.50 per trip. And since most of those areas don't, or most of those services or businesses don't open till 10, we said it'd be from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. so people could go and have dinner and still be able to get back. There was also a desire to go and meet the express bus service in Conyers. So this would be a shuttle that would go from downtown Covington to the East Conyers park and ride lot, and that's where the express service operates to, from that area down to Midtown and downtown Atlanta. This would also be a smaller vehicle. We put 15-minute frequency here, but basically we would be trying to match the frequency of the express buses so that, you know, people could get there and catch the bus, and they leave about every 15 minutes or so from that park and ride lot currently. We proposed that this would be free to promote commutes and get cars off the road, and then like I said, the morning, this would operate just in the mornings and the afternoons like the express service does. There's no midday service. So just the key peak periods. So that's the first, that's the short-term ones. The midterm ones would be to work with the ATL, which is the overarching transit entity in Atlanta, to work on extending the express bus service out to Covington. And that's one of the reasons it's midterm. This would take some coordination and working with that entity to set up this route extension. So, you know, it might take a little time. So that we thought it'd be 6 to 10 years out. The vehicles that they use are motor coach buses. They're very nice, and they have Wi-Fi on board, so you can do work as you're traveling into the city. And their fares range up to $4 right now. It may go up, but $4 and about $7 round trip. The on-demand service, so this would be within the more dense zones, and we've shaded that in on the map. So if your trip's originating and terminating within the zone, then you could call the service. They would come pick you up and take you to your destination and bring you back. We thought it'd be the fare would be about $2.50 per trip. And the frequency would vary upon demand and how many vehicles there were available. And it would operate from 6 in the morning till 9 at night. And then since this is the densest area, downtown Covington, we thought it could justify fixed route service. So there would be a trolley similar to the one you see up there, sort of a classic style looking rubber tired trolley. And it would go basically like do a rectangular route around the downtown area. And in order to promote the downtown businesses, it would be free, and you know, people could jump on and off as they wanted to from 8 in the morning till 8 in the afternoon or 8 in the evening. Oh, it would also operate, did I go back, in both directions. So if you caught it at noon, you wouldn't, and went off at 3, you wouldn't have to go all the way back around. You could go back the other way. So, all right, micros, there we go. All right, and then longer term, we see potentially down the road a need for more traditional fixed route transit, and that would be one route that would go up to the northeast to hit sort of some key destinations, General Mills, Home Depot, Walmart Supercenter, the airport. So this could serve a number of different key activity centers, and would operate from 7 in the morning till 7 in the evening. And then also one that goes sort of southwest to Porterdale. And it would be a similar thing, hit key activity centers within Porterdale. All right. Any questions up to this point? We're about to get into the nitty gritty. Yes, ma'am. Okay, well, you can stop me if you. Okay. All right. All right. You can just pepper me at the end. So, all right. So this is a fierce looking slide here. There's a lot on it, but basically your transit services are funded through a lot of different little buckets of little funding pots. So some funding addresses your capital costs for your buses, any sort of infrastructure you have, a park and ride lot, maybe a maintenance facility. Those are all capital costs. And then the operating costs are your staffing, the fuel, the operating the vehicles. The key funding that's available, and there's others, but these are the bulk of where your funding would come from, is urban funding. So that's it's called Section 5307 from the Federal Transit Administration. And it'd be up to 50% or 75% of your operating costs. They would pay also up to 80% potentially of your capital costs. And so the entity that receives that funding is the ATL, and then they distribute it out to the various members of the ATL that have transit. So in fiscal year 2021, you were apportioned money, but since you didn't have don't have transit services, that goes back into the pot, but your apportionment was about $300,000. And then for the Section 5311, which is the rural service, that's up to 50% of your operating costs and 80% that they'll pay towards that. That designated recipient is the Georgia Department of Transportation. They do the rural service and then about six-ish or so small urban systems like Macon, Columbus, Albany. And the state provides a 10% match for capital projects like vehicles. So the average subrecipient in the rural area formula funds got around $300,000, just a little over, in 2021. Section 5339, sub A there, that's your bus and bus facilities. That's a lot of capital equipment, and they would pay up to about 80% of that, and that comes through the ATL. And then the county would contribute the local match, and there's other federal programs that ask for a local match, and transit's the same way. So your cost assumptions were that you'd be using the 5307 urban funding source based on your 2019 to 2021 allocations, and the 5311. We also did a couple of different scenarios with the costing, and the difference was the number of hours a day the service would operate. So the high service is more expensive, and it's operating more hours in the day, and then we did a lower cost one, which was obviously reduced hours in the day. And then these are where the different revenues came from for the different trips or the different mode types and the trip cost per trip that we talked about earlier. So the startup costs would be around $750,000, and so that was the bulk of that is your initial capital purchases, which would be 10 vehicles. And a lot of this detail is in the report. We're just giving you the high level numbers, but we did breakouts per route of how many vehicles we thought each service would need. And so that would be 10 to get started with those first 3 services. It's kind of getting up with all the office equipment and the amenities. We recommended, or we suggest that there would be somebody responsible for this, so you would need an administrative position. We put in a cost of $40,000 for that, just for a conversation starter, but it seems reasonable for that kind of service, and the local share of that $750,000 would be almost $200,000. So you'd be basically $550,000 would come from the other funding sources, and about $200,000 would come from you. Right, yeah, almost 200. And then, so the cost for the short-term services, the high cost was about $8 million, and the low cost was $5 million. And that's the demand response, the dial ride, the shuttle, and the express parking shuttle. Just wanting you to do something to it later. There we go. And so the local share on the high side would be almost $400,000, so it's about half of the total cost. And on the low scenario, it'd be about $2 million. So for the midterm costs, this would be the demand response, Conyer shuttle, adding in the microtransit, downtown, all that would be about $12 million high and $8 million low, and then the local share would be $7 million and about $4 million, so roughly half-ish. And then long-term, for all you see up there, it's 23.5 million high and about 15.5 million for the low, and then you're 13, almost 14 million for the local share for the high, and about 7.5 million for the low. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you,
Commissioner,
Mr. Chairman. Question, I'm sorry to interrupt you. So
No, please.
This short, mid, and long-term scenarios, is the costs associated with that are for the 6-year periods, is that correct?
It's for the FY 34 through 40.
And that's adjusted for the 4% inflation, that was included in the,
Correct.
per year from now until this time?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Did I answer that right? So these are the capital costs. So in order to get started, you would have initial purchasing of vehicles. We put out a horizon year of 2023, and that would be for the countywide demand response service, the Conyer shuttle, and the park and ride shuttle. And that's where the $750,000 came from. And then in 2028, you would need to purchase the vehicles for the midterm services, the circulator and the microtransit. So that's where those numbers came from. And then, especially for the cutaway vehicles, about every 6 or 8 years, you need to replace those. So you would start a replacement of the initial vehicles you purchased for the demand response and the Conyer shuttle. And then you've got the longer-term service vehicles purchase for the Northeast and Porterdale routes, and then you start replacing the midterm vehicles. So over that span of time, the total capital cost would be just over $2 million, and then the local share would be about $340,000. So they're a lot more. It's a lot more generous on, excuse me, on the capital side. And that, excuse me, that would be a combination of the urban and the rural pots of money, 53. Okay,
I saw the hours of operation for the in-town was 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
correct.
Great hours, but my concern was some of the seniors want to attend meetings or events that are after 6. So how would we schedule that, or can we make that, well, your suggestion?
Yeah, that was just a
later?
suggestion. If you really think there's a need to extend the service, then that's
Okay.
at your discretion.
Now, is there an option for a monthly pass versus paying per rate, charging a monthly fee?
Absolutely, yes. And that's a little more fine-grained than what this study was designed to, to report to you. But a lot of the transit agencies do have, student passes, elderly passes, and then, a monthly pass. And it's getting a lot more electronic. It used to be you put coin in the slot or the token, now it's all on your phone. So it's, you can really do a lot of different things with the fare structure.
And my last one suggestion is for special events, like we just had the 4th of July event here, and it was packed. People couldn't get downtown because of no parking. So the transit having it for special hours and extended hours, probably to midnight or whatever, that would be a good idea to also.
Yeah, and that's something MARTA does a lot of with their trains. But yeah, that's something, if you had a transit service, that you could modify it for different events. That's
That
true.
was
Are there any more questions?
As long as you had the budget, I mean, you got to budget all that in, which but it's definitely possible.
County Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to bring up some observations regarding transit. I think the initial cost might be underestimated. From my past experience working with an organization, county, that had transit, there are a lot of challenges that with the transit as far as the ridership perception, a need, and then the cost. You mentioned about the cost of a admin managing transit. That role would be more of a director's role to oversee transit, because it would be a huge undertaking for the county. So that cost would definitely exceed $40,000. Also, I didn't know if you mentioned about for the drivers, if we're going to purchase 10 vehicles, will we have in-house drivers, or will we have a contractual agreement with the company that will manage that? Those things, as far as the county, we would have to be looking into, because from my experience, transit ended up being a huge cost for the county that they underestimated it because they think they're going to have so many riders that will help with the cost, and that just doesn't take case.
Okay. That's noted, yeah. And so we modeled, we thought the closest peer was Bartow County, at least for your initial services implementation. Their budget's around $1.5 million. They do have a director, so it might be a little more expensive than $40,000, but we put that in there just to have some sort of talking point or some starting point on considering a salary for someone to take that on. But you're right, there are different ways you can handle implementing a transit service. There's some companies out there that's all they do is just run a transit operation for you, and they can provide the vehicles, the drivers, everything, but there's a premium to that, or you can do it all in-house and have your own hire your own operators and your own vehicles. And that's something like an implementation plan would flesh out for you. But
And it would be more than what's listed. If we hire the drivers, we got insurance, we got salaries, a lot of other things that would need to be taken into consideration.
Right. And those operating costs were taken from the peers that are actually operating the service, but it's like anything, it's our best guess estimate based on real world peer groups. So, but that's something you know, to keep in consideration is the cost, and especially what's happened in the last 6 months, you know.
Any more questions? Okay,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I was looking at the upfront funding costs. And of course, a county of our size, we're beginning to see where our unemployed, our underemployed, our seniors, our youth who don't have driver's license yet and are able to drive are having those mobility challenges. And so when you look at implementing something such as this, a transit plan, implementing it, in your knowledge, from what you've seen in the past historically, or working with other counties when they've gotten started, how did they generally fund that initial implementation? Was it something that they had to say, okay, well, we got to look at our revenue budget that we are already generating from our property taxes and our fees? Do we try to figure out a way to budget the upfront initial cost out of that budget? Or are there other areas of revenue that we would be able to pull from? For example, I know you mentioned on here something about the Section 5311, Section 5339, are those funding sources that we can actually potentially get funds where we can start off with the implementation, and maybe even if we were to implement it, continue getting those funds to help fund this area of service.
Right. And so typically what the county would be responsible for is a local match.
Okay.
And so that can come, typically counties don't like it to come out of the general fund, but some do it that way. They just budget that in. Some work it into the T-SPLOS. They'll have a quarter cent, half cent dedicated to transit service, and that's probably the most typical way that it's done, is through a T-SPLOS.
That was my only question. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to chime in. I think we got about 11 more minutes, something like that, before our next meeting. I think there's always a concern whether it's trails or the transit system. This is about the possibility of crime coming from another county and it's typically, they speak in terms of Atlanta. So I think that similar to what we did with the trails is that we had a plan that was set up by the sheriff department if it's in the unincorporated, and if it's in the cities, then by the city police department as far as how they may would address or look at before it even started. Because I'm the type of person, I think, as most of us commissioners are, we like to be in front of the curve rather than be behind the curve. And so I think we'll look at maybe a plan, sit down with officer sheriff, look at a good plan as far as safety, and then we will, our county manager will come back to us with recommendation of what direction you feel like and give us suggestions as far as what direction you like to see us go. And
Right, yeah, because that you would need to coordinate with a lot of
Absolutely.
other county services, and typically a big part of implementing a transit service is also marketing and making sure people are aware of the services out there. But part of that outreach can also be about safety and
Absolutely. So
and really what we're at least initially recommending is pretty low impact transit. It's not bringing train loads of people. It's smaller numbers, smaller vehicles. You would have, I think, more control over a county-wide transit service than maybe a big metropolitan service. And I think a lot of the crime sort of aspect of it is a little more exaggerated than maybe what's actually true as far as crime around transit. So it's just a perception that's maybe not.
absolutely.
Yeah,
I'd just rather
so-
be on
But you're right,
At least try and be on the safe
it would
side,
involve
be
a
on
lot
the,
of,
wrong side of it. And this time, I'd like to, Commissioner Edwards.
yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry I wasn't more visible, more visible earlier. Question, so even with the section 5307, 5311, and 5339, and/or all those, right? So in your experience, in terms of operating costs, what percentage of the counties that you're aware of would operate in the black in terms of operating costs only?
So there's not, it's typically not a money maker. It's something that is, you know, I've heard it described.
Break even then?
Yeah, they break even as far as their budget goes, but they don't make money off transit. So it's subsidized with the federal pots of money and the local match, like infrastructure is, or other things don't make money. It's just whatever you budget for those services, and then they live within that budget.
Okay, so I guess a more specific question will be, so the fares that are mentioned here, or any fares in your experience in any county, are they supporting, along with the federal money, are they supporting these transit authorities or transit systems without county subsidy other than the matches? I mean,
No, so fare box recovery can range from 20 to 30% of the local match. So so you do get that money back. But it also costs you money to collect the fare. Some places think it's better just to go fare free rather than paying for, the cash collection and all the processes that, especially on a smaller system, all the processes you need to keep track of the money. But yeah, typically the fares don't cover all of the cost. It's more, your local match is coming from another source. So it's a T-SPLOST,
but
sales tax.
there is a line item in the county's budget going forward pretty much forever.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr.
Right.
Chairman.
Yeah, maybe not out of the general fund, but you do have to have a budget item for it.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
County Manager.
Yes, sir, and I just want to emphasize, being that we don't have a T-SPLOS, it would be coming out of the general funds.
Yeah, some have sales tax, some tax other, I don't think rental car would be a big one here, but some places put a tax on rental car, so hotel tax. If it's, transit would really service a hotel district, so there's other sources, but typically it's general fund or some kind of tax, T-SPLOST or something. Excellent question. They're very thoughtful.
Are there any more questions? I'd like someone to make a motion to we can adjourn and get ready for our 7 o'clock meeting.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. All right.
Meeting is officially adjourned. All right, here's 7:00 p.m. We're gonna get ready to get started with our regular scheduled meeting this evening. And the thought of the day is never underestimate the power of a dream and the influence of a human spirit. We are all the same in this notion. The potential for greatness lives within each one of us. At this time, I just want to make sure everybody know that Chairman Baines, our chairman, will not be attending this meeting, and it falls to the vice chair, which is me, this year. And so the next, we're going to ask, I'm going to do the invocation, and we're going to ask Commissioner Edwards if he would do the Pledge of Allegiance of the flag. So would everyone bow their heads as we pray? Dear Father, once again, we just come before thee with thanksgiving in our hearts, my Father. We come just thanking you for just being God and being God all by yourself. We know, my Father, that you are truly a good God, my Father, one whom sits up high and look down low. You know what our needs are before we know what they are ourselves, and we just come this evening as we conduct your business for your people. We just come thanking you. And so that we may be able to do your will, not our will, but your will. This we pray in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ's name. Amen. We're gonna adopt the agenda, and I would like to, if we would, before we adopt the agenda, I want to change. I want to have 15B, and this is when the recreation comes up to talk about the stuff for recreation that we want to add about the what we had talked about, and I thought was supposed to be on the agenda this evening, about Nelson Heights and the restrooms and the other pavilion. And so I want to just add 15B to that so that we can kind of discuss that and hopefully get that out of the way. And in the funding, I'm just said up front, we're coming 2017 splash. I think it was $150,000 that we had yet to spend, and in about a year and a half. It's, I think, too long not to really just do something. So, having said that, is there a motion? Go ahead. Thank you. Thank you. I guess the question is, could we, to the county attorney, could we do it all in the consent agenda, or do we have to make a separate motion?
For changing the agenda?
Right.
Yeah, I would call for a motion to adopt the agenda with the revised changes.
Is there anyone make the motion?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the agenda with the advised changes from the vice chair and the county attorney.
It has been motioned by Commissioner Sanders and seconded by Commissioner Edwards. Are there any discussion? Since there's no discussion, all in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Yes, and next is is our citizen comments. Agenda topics on, are there anybody who would like to make a comment on our agenda? 3 minutes, 3 minutes. Last call, anyone who wants to make any comment on our agenda items, it's time for our citizens to come up and let us know what you want us to hear about what we have on the agenda. Thank you. Since there is no comments, so at this time, I know Chairman Baines is not here, so there would not be the chair to recommend any comments, his report. So we're going to ask at this time if the county manager would give us his report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we're going to present the month of June highlights, and we'll start off with the county manager section. We have successfully installed the EV charging station at the historic courthouse. Our fiscal year 2023 budget passed. We opened a fire station number 4, and we also like to note the moratorium on the residential development will expire today. For our animal services, we had 67 adoptions for the month of June. We received a donation from the Humane Society of Newton County for $7,124 for the purchase of the anesthesia machines. For our building services, we have the COVID kiosk has been delivered to the health department. It was provided by the Georgia Department of Public Health at no cost to the county, and the kiosk is located outside the health department on the covered porch area and will be available 24 hours a day for our citizens to access. There also will be no costs associated with the test costs for the citizens. For our Developmental Services Department, permits issued, we had 116. Revenue collected for the month of June, $145,036.01. For licensing, new licenses, we had 32 with 24 renewals. Revenue collected was $9,282.30. For our zoning application, we had 22. Revenue collected was $2,625. For our planning development applications, we had 7. Revenue collected was $35,277.30. Total revenue collected for the month of June, $192,370.61. For our code enforcement, we had complaints violation for the month of June, 119. Out of those 119, 76 were closed, and we issued 6 citations. For our elections, we had successful elections conducted in the month of May and June. For our EMA department, they coordinated with Rainbow Homeless Shelter to provide 12 additional cots for the extreme temperature conditions. We also are continuing to be innovative to increase our code red registration, and our current registration stands at 843, and we are looking for additional ways to sign up more residents. For our finance, again, we successfully passed our fiscal year 23 budget. Our budget books are now available on the website, and our finance department is now going to start working for audit season after the closeout of fiscal year 2022. We're also continuing the management of the Arpa allotment and distribution. For our fire services, we did open Station 4 again, and we're working on the design phase for the donated Georgia Forestry facility for renovation, and our fire chief and his staff are taking the lead on working with the school system on developing a curriculum for fire services to prepare our young students the opportunity to have a career in fire services. For GIS, we had 17 maps requested, and we had 31 individual maps were printed or produced. In our county, as we're continuing to work on our next gen 911 project with our consultants and GeoCom and E911 staff. Human resources, we added 7 additional personnel for the month of June from the Juvenile Court, Fleet Services, and Senior Services Department. We also had 8 separations from jail operations, planning, and fire services. Information services, employee cybersecurity training continued for the month of June. We also had 724 test phishing emails were sent out, and we had some opportunities for reporting and testing phishing emails that we're addressing. Information services staff had 242 support tickets for the month of June, and they completed 9 hours of online training. We're also going to start or implementing a new real-time conference platform, and we're going to provide updates later on that. Parks and Recreation June activity, we hosted 3 weekends of all-star baseball tournaments. We had 103 teams here. We also have Jimmy Wright basketball camp for the ages 6 to 15 with 73 kids who participated. For the month of June, we had 824 guests that used our gym, cardio room, indoor walking track, and we had an average between 100 to 125 daily at the splash pad. We also will be sponsoring a back-to-school book bag on July 23rd with supplies for 550 book bags. For our PIO, we are continuing to do amazing things for our website. We had 341 updates. For the month of June, we had 77,511 page views. We also partnered with the City of Covington to show the BOC meetings on the Newton updates at 11 a.m., 3 p.m., and 8 p.m. on Charter Channel 183. We also had Facebook reached in the month of June, 39,824. Our Instagram, 874. And also our YouTube channel, we had 300 subscribers, and now we have 2,141 views in the month of June. Public Works, for our work orders for the month of June, District 1 had 161, District 2, 96, District 3, 73, District 4, 71, and District 5, 119. LMEC paving projects for the month of June, Blackberry Lane, District 2, Heritage Wayne, District 2, Miller's Lane, District 2, Roseberry Road, District 2, Section B, Russell Braden, District 4, Shepherd Road, District 2, for our 2017 SPLOS project, CR 213, District 5, and Old Starsville Road, District 5. Trash pickup for the month of June, we had 2,964 bag count with a total of 5.96 tons. Our senior services, they celebrated their 50th anniversary with 136 in attendance. And we also averaged a daily attendance for the month of June, 183. And recreation activity scans for the month of June had 3,112. Home delivery meals, 1,326. On-site meals, 1,240. And special meals, 175. Solid waste, as of Friday, July 15th, close of business, that a total of 4,014 convenience center hang tags were sold. And beginning today, all residents must have the new fiscal year 23 hang tags to be admitted to the convenience center. Transportation, they completed the Highway 213 bridge, and they also completed design and construction of the parking lot for the Cricket Frog Trail. And also, we just wanted to kind of provide an update on the COVID at where we are as a county. Total, this report was prepared, generated today at 10:20 a.m. Total 26,262 total cases for our county. And the last 14 days, we had 403. And from the COVID report, this is actually current information. They're advising as far as Newton County, Georgia community level is high, and they are encouraging as far as wearing masks indoors and just staying up to date with your COVID-19 vaccinations. And that ends the monthly report for the month of June. Also, just wanted to note for the elected officials and our public that our staff, a lot of this report this month, they're providing numbers so you can see how we're performing. We're moving forward to provide the data so you all will know what's happening in our county.
Thank you, County Manager. Before we ask any questions, I just want to just kind of reiterate, please cut your phones off when we're in this meeting. If you have a phone that you need to answer, please get up and go outside. And we would appreciate it very much so that there will be no disruption during the course of our meeting. Thank you. And this time, are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is a rhetorical question because obviously I don't know. I thought the moratorium was to expire the last day of this month. That was always been the 19th? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any more questions? There you go. Commissioner Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mentioning about the electric vehicle equipment, do we know when the parking for the commissioners will be moved or where it's going to be located?
I'm working with our building services director to identify some spots for our elected officials.
Okay. And I was looking at your orders for the work orders and the LMIG projects. Is there a list of what's going to be paid per month in regards to the various areas that's going to be paid? Because we get a lot of calls, and especially in various areas. So I want to know if there's a list.
We are looking at providing more information on the website as far as the paving projects.
Okay.
So we're looking into doing something like that as well.
And my last comment
Sure.
was, I'm glad you mentioned about the COVID, because I just had a convention that was canceled and going virtual because the numbers are going back up, and I do have my mask. I'm about to put it on in a minute. So if you can watch those numbers, because we probably will have to go back to wearing masks, because I just today received an email that a convention was canceled and is going virtual because the numbers increased.
Are there any more questions? Well, before we go to the next item, I just forgot to tell everybody about Commissioner Cowan. He was here earlier during our work session, and he became ill, and so he had came up and told us that he had to leave because he wasn't feeling well and that he was going home. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody know he just didn't get up and leave. He was not feeling good, so he left. So item number 8. Item number 8 is the unfinished business. We're going to ask this time if our county manager come and tell us about that.
Okay, we'll go ahead and have the finance director start, and then I'll also will add some additional comments.
Good evening. This agenda item is a continuation of an agenda item that was tabled last month. So this is a contract for an Arpa consultant. We did receive 8 bids on this RFP. We narrowed it down to 3, which we interviewed. Out of the 3 interviews, we were happy with 2 of them, and the ultimate decision came to iParametrics, and that was based on price. So the contract here is a $420,000 contract. That is a not-to-exceed price, so it does have the potential to be less than that, and it would be a task order-based contract.
And if I can, Mr. Vice Chair, I would just want to follow up with what Director stated about task order. This should be treated similar to the contract that we have with Assistant Jeff Prime's contract with the county, meaning task order as they are provided. We would bring those tasks before the board for their approval. The task would include the description of the task, a total cost or fees associated with that specific task, as well as all the information that would be needed by this board, and you all would have full transparency on how we're using our ARPA fundings, as well as approval of these particular tasks. Some of the tasks, the specific tasks that might be used for the consultant would be managing our small business assistance program. Another task might be providing our quarterly financial reports or our annual reports, but these are just some of the tasks, example of some tasks that the consultants would lead on, and we would provide the updates to you all. Each of the tasks will come before this board, and you all would have to approve those tasks. And as Director White stated, the not to exceed $420,000, that's just the dollar amount. It could be far less than that.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Sanders? They included a rate schedule within the RFP that was provided to you all. We have copies if you need it.
I brought one copy.
Okay. I thought, I'm sorry, I thought it was included, but we do have a copy for the rate schedule. And again, the rate of $420,000 is not to exceed. So if they don't perform all of the tasks, then we would not be charged. We would only be charged for whatever task that they complete. And each of those tasks still would be approved by this board. We would bring it before you all. Well, we do know that, and I'm sure the consultants know this as well, and they do have experience managing programs such as this, FEMA and other federal funds, and they know the expectations from this county as far as how we're supposed to spend our federal funds. And I'm emphasizing again, all of the tasks that they complete or perform will become before this board for you all's approval.
And also, there was a section, I'm looking for it, I have it written down somewhere. It said that the county manager is able to basically move or change any funds up to $25,000. And that one didn't sit well with me, because that one should come before the board because these are federal dollars, and that was in the contract. So I don't think anything, I don't think it's $1. It needs to come before the board, and that needs to be reiterated in the contract. It's not in detail in the contract.
Okay, well, and I'm sure you know, we bring all contractual agreements before the board from $1,000 to $5 million, whatever the dollar amount, we bring all of the contracts before the board to get you all's approval.
I get that, but it wasn't in the contract. Once it's signed off, you're signing off on the verbiage that's reiterated in that contract. So that was my concern, it's not in detailed in the contract.
Okay, we could have the county attorney look at that language, but as far as what the,
So
with the
that's hard, voting on something where
the
it's not.
consult, and I think as far as going ahead with the projects, going ahead, we have the outstanding projects. We have so many businesses or nonprofits that have submitted. I think it is appropriate for us to go ahead and have a consultant to assist us with this, to have a independent entity that is involved with this. And this is very similar on how other counties are using their ARPA funding.
It's not about the consultant, it's about the verbiage that's in the contract. That's the issue. And not having the actual rate that was provided to us in regards to the information. Yeah, my mic's on, it's on. Not having the information provided, because like I went through that in detail, and I'm just hearing about a rate that we asked about a couple of weeks ago. So that's my only concern. It's hard for me to vote for something that's not in writing. It really is hard, but that was all of my question, because it had a lot of information in there, even the liability, like I said, it had liability insurance, what the insurance, I know they're gonna provide that to the county, but we as commissioners to see some part of that. So it's not the consultant per se, it's the verbiage that's in the actual contract. That's the issue.
Yes, okay. Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I guess that's a question for Aaron. Is there a way for us to change that verbiage? I do recall reading that as well about the county manager portion. Is that something that would need to be changed before we vote on it? Or is that something we can vote on now and then we go back and change it? How would that work from a legal perspective?
And it worked. So we could do it a couple of ways. One, if the board wants to call it a red line, we could go through this line by line and the board could give direction. We don't like this sentence or we don't like this limit, let's change it. We would then have to take this back to the consultant and have them approve the changes on their end as well. We could do that, or you could table it entirely and you could direct us to negotiate specific changes with them and come back to the board.
Okay, so is there a specific reason why, now was this something that we proposed to them or this is what they proposed to us? And if they proposed this to us, was there any specific reason in that? Because it may be a legitimate reason, we just don't know why that specific sentence was added under that specific section.
So Commissioner, I wasn't involved in negotiating this one, so I couldn't say where that language came from. You know, I can tell you the idea is usually to make it easier to administer. You set a threshold. If it's below this amount, we would like our staff to handle it so that we don't clog up the business of the board. But where we put that line is certainly entirely within your discretion.
And I do recall also reading that in that contractual agreement that kind of like how you said, Mr. Sims, that whatever work that they do, it will be their responsibility to provide an actual explanation of what that is with that specific dollar amount, showing we did this level of work, it was this particular cost, it'll go to our finance committee, we'll note it, and then of course it'll just be deducted from that total amount of 420 until they get to that particular point. I think that 420 is a span all the way out to 2026. Is that correct, Brittany?
Yes. And can I add one more comment to kind
Yes.
of clarify some things I've been here? The contract is our county generic contract. So that's the contract that we generally utilize for all of our contracts. So that's why that language is in there, because that's just our generic contract.
Yeah, and it may help to clarify that this 25,000 limit is for change orders made to the agreement, not the spending of ARPA dollars. That would be separate. So the idea is that anytime there is a proposal for spending ARPA dollars, that's going to come before the board. But the county manager has the ability to request minor modifications to the services that the consultant will provide. And if they review it and determine that this change in scope of service is going to exceed 25,000, then we would have to come back to the board to approve a change to the contract. So I wanted to make sure there's no confusion.
So
we aren't spending ARPA dollars here.
Yes, so if we could we just come back to this? It's 7:30, and we must on our zone at 7:30. And so let us come back to this after our zoning and further maybe having a little more discussion on it and make a decision on it. But at this time, we're gonna open up for our planning zoning. Our plan director, would you please come? We don't answer any question at this time. It will be at the latter part of the meeting. You may come back and ask a question, but right now we're in the process of conducting county business. Thank you, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. Our first case It's new, okay. Our first zoning case this evening, it's a future land use map amendment. It's case number FLU 22-000002. It's located on McDonald Road. It's a total of 41.93 acres. Tax ID is 89-9F. And existing zoning is agricultural. Existing land use map is AF, which is agricultural forestry. And the proposed land use is rural residential. The watershed is in the Alcovy River, and it's located in District 1. And our petitioner today is David and Tiffany Lynch. The applicant's intent is to designate a future land use to rural residential in order to seek a rezoning to be able to subdivide out 5 acres from the parcel and to build a single-family residential home. Conclusion, the 41.93 acre parcel currently is undeveloped vacant land. The applicant is proposing to subdivide out just the 5 acres to construct the home, and pursuant to the Newton Factory character area, appropriate land uses, rural residential is an appropriate land use request at this time. Should the board decide to approve this petition, staff is of the opinion that the future land use amendment may be appropriate for the area. And because this is a future land use map amendment, there are no recommendations. Should the board approve it, the applicant will have to come before the board again when it's rezoning, and at that time, recommendations are made. Are there any questions? And the applicants are here.
Anyone have any questions? So at this time, there will be a public meeting. All in favor will have 10 minutes. And all opposed, we're going to all in favor, please come up
I think
and
applicant may be here.
speak. If you're in favor of it, you have 10 minutes. And if you're opposed to it, after 10 minutes up for all those in favor, then we'll come back with people who may be opposed. So are there anyone else who are in favor? Okay, is the applicant in the audience? Would you like to come and speak?
Thank you all. My name is David. This is Tiffany. We're the applicants. This is the landowner, Stuart McDonald. We're just here to do the future land use map to cut out 5 acres of the land and build a house. That's all we're here for.
If that's all you have to say, if anybody else in favor? I mean, okay. So you can, I guess you can have your seat. And if anybody else want to come and who are in favor of what you're trying to do, they can come and support you. If not, we're gonna ask the people who may not be in favor to come and say something if they wish.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Are there anyone in the audience who are not in favor of this particular zoning? You can please come at this time. Thank you. So we're going to ask, are there any motions? And this is in.
Thank you, Mr.
Warren,
Vice. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to approve future land use map amendment FLU 22-00002.
It has been motioned in favor by Commissioner Edward and second by District 2 Commissioner. Are there any conversation, anything that I want to say? Any comments on this zoning? Any questions? Thank you. It is now closed. All in favor? All opposed? 4-0. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Our second case this evening is a modification, case number MOD 22-000001, and it is the modified conditions of zoning to remove condition number 1A. The existing zoning is general commercial. It's located in the Salem overlay tier 3. The location is 3600 Salem Road. The parcel size, 23.84 acres. The tax ID is 13-48. It is located in Commission District 3, and the owner is Ventrum Covington, Inc., and our petitioner and representative today is John Nix. An applicant's intent is to modify the conditions of zoning to remove condition 1A regarding the maximum density allowed to be constructed. And the purpose, on March 15th, 2005, Timber South Properties sought a rezoning to develop a planned residential commercial development with 335 dwelling units and 92,000 square feet of commercial space located on the southeastern side of Salem and Kirkland Road. The petition was denied by the Board of Commissioners. The petition was remanded on June 10th, 2005 by a court order pursuant to Civil Action number 2005-1004-3 back to the Board of Commissioners. On July 19th, 2005, the petition was approved with conditions by the board. When the existing buildings were built, they were built and they exceeded the maximum density at the time. The current existing square footage of the buildings is approximately 133,000 square feet, which exceeds the maximum per the zoning conditions by approximately 14,000 square feet. The applicant is proposing to modify the conditions of zoning to remove this condition and that future development of the subject property be subject to the impervious surface requirements of the Salem overlay, not the density. And the current requirement for the Salem overlay impervious surface is 80%. Currently, the development has just 60.48% of impervious surface. The existing condition to be modified is 1, to the owner's agreement to restrict the use of the subject property as follows. A, retail service, commercial and/or office and accessory uses, including all exterior food and beverage service areas at a maximum density of 5,621.16 gross square feet per acre zoned, or a total of 119,000 square feet, whichever is less. So that was the condition that was currently zoned. However, it was built out to 133,000 square feet density. And the condition as proposed by the applicant is to modify the conditions of zoning to remove this stipulation 1A. Conclusion. Should the Board of Commissioners recommend approval of the modification to remove condition 1A of the 2005 rezoning petition, staff recommends the following condition to be applied to the property. Recommended conditions. Should this modification petition be approved by the Board of Commissioners, it should be approved conditional, subject to the owner's agreement to the following enumerated condition. Where this condition conflicts with the stipulations and offerings contained in the letter of intent, this condition shall supersede unless specifically stipulated by the Board of Commissioners. 1, to allow the owner's agreement to abide by the following development standards and regulations. A, all other conditions of the original rezoning dated July 19th, 2005, and approved by the Board of Commissioners shall apply. And these conditions are included in your packets, Commissioners. And here we have an aerial view of the current development. It's the Kroger Shopping Center on Salem Road. Current zoning, general commercial, overlay, it's in tier 3 of the Salem overlay. And it's in the Yellow River watershed, and a little bit is in the South River as well. And this is a survey of the Plat as it is currently, the layout. And if there are any questions, and the applicant is present.
Yes, and at this time, if the applicant will please, please come, and who is in favor of it, and would you please come and give us your presentation.
Good evening. John Nix on behalf of the applicant, 945 Bank Street, Conyers. In 2005, when the zoning was granted, It was a different applicant, a different owner. That owner, after getting the rezoning, developed the property. It opened in 2007. Our client purchased the property in 2011 from the bank. The owner lost the property back to the bank, and Ventrum purchased in 2011. It wasn't until within the last 12 months that Ventrum realized that the zoning that was on the property didn't align with the density that had been constructed on the property. They bought it as constructed. So when they discovered that discrepancy, they felt it was important to square the property. And the only way to square it that I could come up with is come and ask for this modification that would remove the square footage limitations that were placed on it in 2005 and simply shift to y'all's overlay district requirement on impervious surface. So we are asking today that you consider this modification. The original conditions on this property were 3 pages. We're asking for 1 modification that would allow it to align for what was permitted to be constructed on the property. And also, obviously, because we've got about 19% left of impervious surface to play with, there are 3 out parcels on this site that show on the plan. And those sites conceivably at some juncture can be developed. If you haven't been to this site in a while, I've been to it several times recently. It was very well done when it was constructed. It's very well maintained. And currently, as you face it, and we're looking at it from the street right now, to the right, they've got a brand new tenant that's taking 5,000 square feet. It's a radiology, not a radiology. It's a dialysis center. And they're expending about $2 million to fit that space for that purpose. And I would say the center is immaculately maintained by the owner, and they just want to clear this issue up. I'll reserve any time I have left for rebuttal if there's any opposition. And I stand ready to ask any questions you all might have.
Thank you. We reserve the rest of your time. Is there anybody else who are maybe in favor of these changes? Please come. Okay. So we're going to say, are there anyone who are in opposition of these changes? Would you please come if you have anything to say? Okay, so that portion is closed, and I guess it's closed, and we're going to ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I motion to approve case number MOD 22000001 with any conditions regards to our department has put in place.
Second.
There has been a motion by District 3 County Commissioner, Commissioner Sanders, and District 2 County Commissioner, a second by District 2 County Commissioner Almond.
Mr. Chair, could I just get clarification? I believe this was your intent, but your intent was a motion to remove condition 1A to approve the request?
Yeah, approve the request, and I know there were some conditions that were in the request that you guys had. Am I correct, Shana?
Yes, ma'am, just that he would abide by the remaining conditions as it was stipulated by the board.
Okay. So do I need to change that?
Would you please?
State it and I'll say, so moved.
Yeah, just to restate, because this is what your
Go ahead,
motion
say it.
was. But the motion was to approve request MOD 22 5 zeros and then a 1 to modify the zoning conditions to remove condition number 1A regarding the maximum density.
So moved by the county attorney.
It has been motioned and second. Is there any questions? Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Commissioner Edwards, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and this question is for Shane, I believe. So if this condition were not to be removed, can the 3 out parcels still be developed as desired by the applicant?
It wouldn't be because the density has already been exceeded. I'm not sure how that happened back in the day when it was built, but the reason why he's requesting that is so that he'll be able to put an out parcel now.
Okay. So without this, he couldn't do the, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Sheena.
Okay, are there any more questions? All in favor? Passes unanimously, 4-0.
Thank you for your attention, and I hope next time I'm here for a zoning, it goes just like this. I appreciate it.
Ready? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next item for this evening is the first of our amendments for the Unified Development Ordinance. In your packets, a week ago, the packets were emailed to you. However, since then, the packets that you currently have, you should have 2 ordinances which are going to be adopted today, and then the second package just shows the red lines. And from what you were emailed to now, we have, legal has made a few clerical updates. None of the actual amendments have been changed. They've just updated some of the things like amended such as follows, and they've done that throughout the document. So that's just clerical stuff that they've updated. So that is what you have in front of you. And the amendments and the red lines remain the same. So the first UDO-8A MD 21-001, it is Chapter 1 of the zoning ordinance. And it's ordinance 0-07-1922. And it's an ordinance to amend the Newton County Unified Development Ordinance, Chapter 1, which is the zoning ordinance, Article 1, Article 2, 3, 4, and 5, to repeal and replace any conflicting provisions and to provide for an effective date and for further development. And in the first section, we have removed zoning districts R3 and DR. And that would be section 1. And you should have the red line packet in front of you. Section 2, we're repealing and replacing a section. Currently, we hear our future land use cases first, and once that is approved, then we hear our rezoning cases. So this section has just been repealed and replaced to reflect that update. In section 3, we have amended the definition for kennel, add the word training. In section 4, it just reflects where we have removed the R3 and the DR zoning, and we've added Stanton Springs Business Park and Highway 278 Mixed-Use District, which are currently existing. They just weren't listed here. In section 5, this looks at our development standards table, where we have made changes to the R1 and R2 minimum lot sizes as shown and as discussed in our work session. We've removed R3 as discussed and the DR and made changes to RMF as shown. In section 6, we have addressed the development standards for our residential districts. It'll be agricultural, rural estate, agricultural residential, R1, R2, and RMF, and we have amended the building line for the A zoning from 400 to 300 feet, and for the remainder, we have added accents and architectural aesthetics as requested and as discussed in our work session. So we'll have like brick accents, stucco accents on homes now, and that is for our residential zonings, as shown in section 6. And section 6 also reflects the changes that were made in the table above to our lot sizes, the minimum lot sizes. Section 7, this is our R3, single-family residential district, which we have removed or deleted from an ordinance. And section 8 is our DR, single and two-family residential district, which we've also deleted from the ordinance. And section 9 just shows our multifamily changes that we've made. You know, as shown above, it again, it addresses the number the minimum road frontage, as well as the minimum heated square feet for this zoning. So we're at section 10, where we have deleted this here. So our Almond overlay was tied to the mixed use, to the Highway 278 mixed use district, and we have deleted this for the Almond overlay. Section 11, this addresses our core districts, and we have updated the minimum lot sizes to be reflected in these zoning districts here as well. We've also removed R3 and the DR zoning districts and updated our multifamily as shown, where there are no septic lots allowed on multifamily zonings. And on the second table is for our residential commercial developments in the core district. We've done the same thing, amended the minimum lot sizes for R1 and R2 as shown, removed R3 and the DR zonings. In section 12, this looks at our riparian buffers. In particular, and it's for both the large watersheds, and we've also addressed it for the other watersheds. So the large watersheds are the Alcovy River, Little River, and then the smaller ones we have like South River and Yellow River. And an issue we've been having with lots that are adjacent to Lake Jackson or Jackson Lake is that oftentimes they are not deep enough. So almost every time whenever a homeowner wants to build, they have to go before the Board of Zoning Appeals to request a variance to the setback. So the current setback is 150 feet. And and for this here, we're amending it to go down to 50 feet, which is in line with the Georgia Power requirement. And that way to provide some amount of relief to these homeowners, and we won't have to seek a variance every single time they want to submit for an application to build. In section 13, this is the open space conservation, and we have essentially removed the application where it will apply to the Almond, Salem, and Brick Store overlays. So this way, applicants cannot use both the advantages of small lots in the overlay as well as add the open space overlay to it. So we've just separated them out and removed them from them being able to use it here. Section 14, we are still in, I think I'm way ahead. Section 14, we have just adjusted the minimum lot sizes again in the open space conservation overlay district, and we've removed R3 zoning, and we're going to be doing that throughout the ordinance. Section 15 is the development standards table for the Almond overlay, and the changes are made as shown to the densities and as well as the number of townhomes that will be allowed and the number of multifamily units as shown and as discussed in our work session. And also we've added a footnote that any single family homes built in the Tier 2, which is the mixed use development, the ordinance was silent on that. So what we have done is the Tier 1 single family residential shall also apply to this tier for mixed use because the ordinance was silent on that before. So this would serve as guidance to the developers. In section 16, development standards residential in the Almond overlay again, we've also added a footnote for that table that single family lots in Tier 2 shall follow the building standards for the Tier 1 single family residential because the ordinance was silent on that as well. Section 17, this addresses the road network in the Almond overlay. There will be no dead-end roads or cul-de-sacs. We are promoting, just like the Salem overlay, for them to have interconnectivity. And that's what Section 17 addresses. In section 18, we've updated a footnote again, where single-family homes in Tier 3 mixed-use development shall apply the same standards as single-family homes in Tier 1, because the ordinance was silent on that as well. Section 19, it is general requirements in the Salem overlay, where garages shall be where detached garages or attached or detached garages shall be set back a minimum of 2 feet behind the front door. And this brings it similar to what is in the Almond overlay as well. And section 20, we have just updated some of our terms throughout the ordinance. So for example, planning department, it's Department of Development Services. It's now also the Director of Development Services, and it's the Unified Development Ordinance. And we've, updated North Point to be North Arrow. And that would bring us to the end of the amendments for Chapter 1 of the zoning ordinance. And if there are any questions.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Edwards?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Sheena,
Yes,
so refresh my memory on the agricultural residential. What was the minimum lot size on well and septic? Did that change?
No, sir, we did not change anything in the agricultural zoning except for the width of the building line.
Okay,
So
but the acreage did not change.
No.
Okay, I just want to make
It's still
sure.
10 acres for all, it's still 10 acres for all lots in the A zoning.
Okay, and then there's still 2 acres on the RE, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Just want to make sure. And the watershed areas pretty much stayed the same on the lot sizes, right?
Correct. We did not change those.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Sheena.
Any more questions? Okay. Thank you. Is there a motion?
Is this a public hearing?
Stated by Development Services Director.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. There has been a motion made by Commissioner Edwards and a second by Commissioner Masons. Are there any questions? Okay. All in favor? Passed 4.
Okay, so we do have,
It's approved.
so we have chapter 2 that we can look at now. UDOAMD 22-002, and it's ordinance 07-1922A, and it's an ordinance to amend the Houston County Unified Development Regulations, all the chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and to repeal conflicting provisions and to provide for an effective date and for further purposes. And section 1, which addresses exemptions, where single-family homes, for family purposes, now they would have to obtain a permit for building, so we've removed that criteria where they didn't have to in the past. Section 2, it just addresses our jurisdiction, it amends the county's jurisdiction as the LIA, and it just specifies exactly what we can do as shown there. Section 3, it looks at definitions, and we only have 2. We amended the Director of Development Services and his or her designee, and we have added land disturbance, like a minor land disturbance permit, as shown in your packages and on the screen. Section 4 looks at exempt residential subdivision procedures. We have amended the number of hard copies that we'll receive, paper sizes, and as well as a requirement for specimen trees that need to be shown on the plats. In Section 5, this addresses exempt plats, which are like family conveyance subdivisions. We have added rural estate to this section, and we have adjusted it to where all lots will adhere to the 10-acre minimum in A zoning, or the 2 or 1 acre minimum in AR zoning. And then we've added, properties that are zoned agricultural and rural estate should also be included in the family conveyance section. In section 6, we're on minor residential subdivisions, and we've adjusted just to tidy the language up a little bit. But for this section here, applicants may only use this process 2 times. If they want to further subdivide, they must go through the major platting process. And then we also address in the minor subdivision process, we also looked at the number of hard copies. We have amended the sheet sizes and also amended the street addressing process, and also the requirement for specimen trees. Section 7, this is non-residential subdivision. We've amended the number of copies that we'll receive and the requirement for specimen trees and impervious surface. Section 8 addresses concept plans. We have changed the number of days required to complete a review of it. We've also amended the number of copies required and our digital copies for the preliminary plats and concept plans in section 8, as shown in your packets. Section 9 still addresses preliminary plats, and we've amended it. We've amended the street addressing requirements, and in section 10, the effect of the preliminary plat approval. Currently, there is no restriction on when an old preliminary plat can come before the Planning Commission again for an extension. So this section addresses that, where it has to be within 24 months or the plat will expire. Section 11, we're reviewing construction development plans. It addresses the lot drainage, specimen tree requirements, and the street addressing requirements, as shown in your packets. And in section 12, just review of construction and development plans. It amends the centerline segment requirements. Section 13, final plat approval. We have added the GIS department and their requirements, and there's also been changes to the paper sizes and the street addressing process. Section 14 looks at the house location drainage plan and the requirements that will be needed for that. Section 15, commercial industrial development, just requirements that will be needed for the final site plans as shown. Section 16 looks at concept plans, and we've just added requirements for specimen trees. Section 17 looks at preliminary site plat approval. We've amended the number of copies required as well as the requirements for specimen trees. And section 18 looks at final site plan and development plan review, and again, we've amended the number of copies required and lot drainage. And we're at section 19, which looks at site development and disturbance permits. We just amended the process required for our facilities in terms of grading and clearing, as shown in your papers, in your packets. Section 20, this is land disturbance permit. We've just amended the inspection approval process here as shown below. And section 21, clearing and grubbing. Bury pits are no longer allowed, and burning must comply as shown. And we're in section 2, section 22 and section 23 both look at building permit requirements. And basically, building permits are required for lots that are challenged, whether it's the topography or whether you are within 200 feet of a stream. And any erosion control measures must be shown on your site plans. Section 24, Statement of Purpose. This looks at specimen tree requirements again and what needs to be provided to the county, and it's as shown in red in your packets in 24. And Section 5, it also looks at tree protection and landscaping. And we've added that the diameter breast height for trees must be shown for specimen trees, and that's an important measurement when it comes to identifying them. Section 26, we have just cleaned up the zoning districts in Part A, as shown. And in subsection 4, we've addressed the stabilization of lots, which means that they must be sodded or hydroseeded, prior to being approved. Section 27 is again landscaping, where it looks at areas must be stabilized during construction. Section 28, these are our lighting standards. We have updated to add LED lights, because that is basically what the power companies are using currently. And we've also amended the height of the light poles in residential subdivisions and non-residential areas, as shown in your packets and on the screen. And Section 29, if the pond, any pond within state waters, if they're going to be drained or a dam is going to be breached, that developer is obligated to notify the county, so that we be aware of that during their development. Section 30, this looks at our access management, and we have amended it as shown in your packets and on the PowerPoint. And we've just done this for residential subdivisions, not non-residential developments. And Section 31 addresses fences and walls, as shown below. And these are the fence requirements for the various districts. We have Section 32, which addresses our CBUs or mailboxes. And we've added a requirement where they must be covered with materials that are approved by the ordinance, and their parking area must be entirely outside of the right-of-way. And Section 33, this is we repeal and replace Division 1670, which deals with our bonds, and it was replaced with the section in red if you keep going down. So what we have done, essentially some of the major changes are to separate out our performance bonds and our maintenance bonds, so they're clearly stated. And we have removed the bond schedule from the ordinance, and it's actually going to be placed with the fee schedule. So that was that. And then Section 34, we've just updated these terminologies throughout the ordinance. Development Services Director, Area of Special Flood Hazard, North Arrow, and Unified Development Ordinance, and the Northeast Georgia Regional Commission. And that brings us to the end of the amendments. This is a public hearing, so if there are any questions?
Yes, once again, are there any questions? I'd just like to just say these ordinance amendments that I forgot to, for the first one, do a public hearing, giving the audience the opportunity to say what they want to say. During the course of the conversation or presentation, our county attorney, Aaron, he told me, said that we could do both at this time. So if anybody who is against, please come and speak either of the orders. Would you please come at this time and tell us what you would like for us to hear? Well, okay. You want to clarify?
Anyone in favor? Call first.
Anyone in favor?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Joe Padilla. I'm with Smith Douglas Homes. Address is 110 Village Trail in Woodstock, Georgia, 30188. Just wanted to make a few comments tonight. We are a privately held regional home builder based here in Metro Atlanta. We're building just down the road from you a community called Westbridge in the city of Covington, and are very excited about building in Newton County, being a part of everything going on here. As many of you are aware, Newton County, Metro Atlanta as a whole, our country as a whole, is facing significant challenge right now from housing affordability and housing access. It has been really exacerbated the last few months by rising interest rates, by supply chain issues, labor costs. It's getting worse by the day. And unfortunately, when we look at the UDO, which I'll be frank, just received on Monday, a lot of these changes are going to make that problem even worse. You have lot sizes in here that are getting significantly larger. That is not only going to create a problem in terms of sustainability, effective land use, efficient land use. It goes in the opposite direction of what most planning practices are advocating for. But it's also going to add tens of thousands of dollars to the cost of a new home. Right now, we're at a point in history in Metro Atlanta where housing has never been less affordable. And that's not just a Metro Atlanta problem, that is a national problem, but it is acute here in Metro Atlanta. Study after study shows that your average working family, nurses, teachers, firefighters, healthcare workers, folks who are the backbone of this community cannot afford to buy a home in the community where they work, and they're being pushed further and further out. So we would ask tonight that rather than adopt these amendments, you allow the industry has not really had an opportunity to weigh in or engage with your staff on any of these changes. I think all of us just saw them within the last day or two. I don't know that your Chamber of Commerce, your Economic Development team has weighed in on any of these. Certainly Newton County has a very aggressive workforce housing, economic development strategy. That strategy has to be coupled with an effective look at workforce housing. If you're going to bring certain employers here and attract employers here, where are their employees going to live? Is there housing that they can afford in this community? This UDO, I think, takes you in the opposite direction. We certainly need the moratorium to be lifted, and we're glad that's ending today because it will open up that opportunity for more supply to come into the market. But these changes, as they're currently drafting, go in the wrong direction, and we respectfully request that you would ask your staff to engage with the community, not just the building industry, but also with the Chamber of Commerce, with economic development folks, to really assess whether or not they are going to have a positive impact on the ability of working families here in Newton County to be able to afford a home. Thank you.
Would you please repeat your name? Give us your name. Could you give us your name once again?
I'm sorry. Joe Padilla, P as in Peter, A, D as in David, I-L-L-A, and our company is Smith Douglas Homes. Thank you.
Are there anyone else?
My name is John Deering. I grew up here, and I have developed over 1,000 lots in this county over the past number of years. And I was asked to look at this document and to analyze it. And like Joe said a few minutes ago, there's a lot of things in there that we think need some tuning up. And I would respectfully ask that we put this thing aside until we can have other people look at it and have unanimity in how it affects this county, because this is going to be a roadmap of some description that needs, and it's going to last a long time. So let's do it right the first time around. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Garrett Wiley. I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Home Builders Association, the Greater Atlanta Home Builders Association, based in Dunwoody, covering over 70 municipalities. So I will echo, in the interest of time, what Joe said. I think that we need just a little bit more time to get feedback from the development community and the builders that live and work in Newton County, and go back to the drawing board and work with staff to come to something that can be agreed upon. So thank you for your time.
Good evening, Commissioners. I don't want to necessarily come up here and say I'm speaking against it, but I may not be for it either. I just want to give a couple of reminders.
Your name, please.
Oh, sorry, Debbie Harper, Newton Chamber, also a resident of Newton County. But just a couple of reminders. David Kitt, the board chair for the chamber, came before you a couple of months ago, and you all agreed to look at a full county land use plan, trying to put that together. We understand the need for coming out of the moratorium, but just want to keep top of mind that you all had agreed to that, and we still look forward to working with you on that. Also, part of the initiative of Newton County Tomorrow, in partnership with the University of Georgia, we'll be looking at a county land use plan as well. That'll be a little high level than probably what we need to look at as to what was agreed on in that partnership with the chamber, where we committed that we would financially support that effort. So I just kind of wanted to give those reminders, but do understand the necessity of coming out of the moratorium. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Yes. Aaron, our county attorney.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, to make sure it was clear for everyone, this public hearing was for both public hearing number 3 and number 4, that was UDO AMD 22-001, UDO AMD 22-002. For the sake of convenience, those public hearings were consolidated into one. But if anybody was confused by that, I think it would be appropriate for the board to allow extra time if anyone has something in addition that they would like to add to cover either one or both of those ordinance amendments.
Thank you. Anybody else? Our county attorney would like to say a couple more words.
Okay, and again, I apologize. I just want to make sure that the record is clear. Before the public hearings, there was a vote on UDO AMD 22-001. That vote occurred before the public hearing. So just to make sure that we're checking all of the boxes, I think it would be appropriate for the board to consider a motion to reconsider and reopen that item now that you've had an opportunity to hear, and then take another vote on public hearing number 3, followed by a vote on public hearing number 4. Yeah, so I think a motion to reconsider UDO AMD 22-001 would be appropriate.
Thank you. Is there a motion to reconsider? Yes.
Yes, so the question is, should there be 2 separate votes? And my recommendation would be yes. And because the first vote occurred before the public hearing, I would like the board to vote again. You can vote the same way. I just want to make sure that we have a vote following the public hearing to make sure we've checked that box.
So I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So the 22-001, we had a vote. And you're not asking us to reconsider that, right?
I am. I am asking the board to take that vote again now that we have had the public hearing. So the first step would be to reconsider the previous vote, open this item back up, and then close it again with another vote.
Can we give an opinion?
Yeah, certainly.
Is that okay with you, Mr. Vice Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not willing to revisit 001. I am willing to table for 30, 60 days 002.
If you table it, and that's certainly something the board can vote on, the moratorium is still lapsing. And I would not recommend tabling that without addressing the moratorium.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I know previously in our work sessions, we stated that all of the work that we did over the zoning, areas of zoning that we wanted to implement was going to be separate from the actual moratorium itself. So by either approving or denying these UDOs, does that determine whether or not the moratorium is still in place or not? Because I want to make sure that we're clear as a board that what we're doing is two separate things, or is it the same thing? If that makes sense.
Yeah, and staff, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong about this, but my understanding is that the moratorium expires on its own, and that is independent from the two ordinance amendments.
Yes, the moratorium does expire tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. That answered my question.
So, go ahead. Commissioner.
Yeah, and to clarify what I'm asking here, what I'm concerned with is someone challenging the ordinance amendment. I don't want someone to come in and say there was a procedural irregularity, there was no public hearing prior to the vote on 22-001. Right now, that would be a true statement. There was no public hearing before that vote occurred. We just had the public hearing, and I just want to make sure that procedurally we have followed the correct steps. And taking that vote now would cure that problem.
Commissioner Sanders.
No, he clarified it.
Okay. Commissioner.
Or we could vote to extend the moratorium again. That's an option, right? Amend the agenda. I'm not saying that's what I want to do. I think our people, especially the people who own property in this county who are trying to sell it, have waited long enough, but
Call the question, whatever you want to do.
I'll vote. He wants to table it for 30 days. 30 days. 30 days.
Yeah, so even if our vote stays the same, they just want it on record that we voted for number 3 individually, and we voted for number 4 individually. Yeah.
Well, what I would like for our board to do is to have a conversation, but not amongst ourselves and kind of be kind of out. But this is what I would like to do if I could. Since I am the vice chair and a voting member of this board, I'd like to make a motion so moved as stated by the county attorney.
That would be a motion to reconsider 22-001 and to bring that back up for a vote now that the public hearing has occurred.
Tonight? Second.
There has been a motion by District 4 County Commissioner, myself, J.C. Henderson, and a second by Commissioner Edward. Are there any
Can I make a
Go
comment
ahead,
here?
go ahead.
Okay, and just to clarify, so we have a motion and a second here. What this is doing is this is reopening item number 3, as though we just had the public hearing. Now item 3 is being called for a vote. If one of the commissioners would like to propose not approving the ordinance and extending the moratorium, it would be appropriate to discuss it at that time, once this motion is approved.
All in favor? All opposed? It passes for.
I think
3-1. Commissioner Edwards.
Okay. It's for it.
Okay, 4.
Okay, and
Has it been approved? So now we need a,
yes, so now you are on item 3. The public hearing has occurred, and so it would be appropriate for the board to entertain a motion.
is there a motion?
Motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Edwards and a second by Commissioner Sanders. Are there any discussion? Is there no discussion? All in favor? All opposed? One abstention, myself. 3-0. And as we all do with an abstention, I just got totally confused, and we've been talking the past few minutes, and I couldn't make a very, in my personal opinion, good vote, considering what I had heard from the citizens. Thank you.
And so, Mr. Chair, UDO AMD 22-001 has now been approved by the board. We have had the public hearing on item 4, UDO AMD 22-002. That public hearing was closed, and so now it would be appropriate for the board to consider a motion on that item.
Is there a motion? Mr. Sanders.
I move to approve UDOA MD 22402 0-471922A.
I believe it is UDO AMD 22-002.
So moved by the county attorney. These numbers are really small.
Is there a second? It has been motioned by Commissioner Sanders and second by Commissioner Edwards. Are there any question, anything anybody want to ask?
I just want to add.
Just go ahead, Commissioner Sanders. Then Commissioner Mason.
I just want to add, the commissioners, we took time to go over this in detail. And as many of the developers stated, there are some concerns on both ends. I completely understand that we're not trying to stop anyone from developing in the county. But a lot of us live in those, can y'all hear me? I'm sorry. A lot of us live in those areas, and I can attest, living on the west side of Newton County, of how many homes are being built close together and over a period of time. And people have heard me say this on multiple occasions. Right now, I have about 3,000 homes being built currently. And our infrastructure does not support what's being built. You have Crawl Road has not been widened. You have Brown Bridges has not been widened. You have Salem Road that has not been widened. And a lot of the constituents are complaining about that. In my subdivision alone is 985 homes with one way in and one way out. Now, I want you guys to understand that and visualize that. We had a house that just recently burned down to the ground, and if that fire department would have been 3 minutes late, all those homes would have caught on fire. So the great thing about being a county commissioner is because you live here and you get to see it as an elected official. So we can sympathize with our constituents because anything we vote on, we feel it because we're there. We're not a state rep or someone that's elected official that don't see or feel what the constituents are going through. We actually feel it and we see it because we live in the community. So having a lot of my constituents come and complain about these situations and wondering when GDOT is going to widen the road or wondering when we're going to have the funds to widen the road, that was one of the reasons why we had to extend the amount of acreage, amount of homes on the acreage, because you have people who are in jeopardy or in danger when a fire comes. Certain materials being used on homes that are cheaply put up in there. I can tell you from my house. Had a bird fly through the ceiling, went straight through, and I'm like, how did they do that? A bird. Cheaply made materials on a home. But you spend thousands of dollars for this. So I can sympathize and empathize because I live in a community, and that's one of the reasons why I voted that way. Anytime I vote, I'm going to give a reason why, and I also listen to my community who've also complained, I won't say complained, had concerns given to me as a commissioner, and I have to listen to my community. Thank you.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to add, the decision that we make tonight doesn't negate working with our chamber. It doesn't negate working with a subject matter expert that can work with us, work with our staff, to really help fine tune these areas as well. So I just want to make sure that that was clear, that the decision that the board makes tonight doesn't say, this is it, we're done. The board has already stated in a previous work session that we are going to be looking at pulling up our comprehensive plan, do a complete additional study, kind of delve deeper into these zonings as well to see, hey, if they need to be tweaked, if they need to be changed. So I don't want anyone to think that the decision that we make tonight negates moving forward any additional review of these zonings. So I just want to bring clarity to that as well. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? I would like to make comment to myself as the Commissioner in District 4. And I concur and agree with my colleagues, but I also feel that there should be a sense of letting or hearing everybody, or at least hearing their side, because I understand that there are two sides to everything. And I like my colleagues, I love my constituents, but also I have to listen to the citizens as a whole of Newton County, all of them, even our developers and our chamber and all those people that makes up this great and beautiful community of Newton County. And so I don't want to, in myself, and this is me talking, I don't have like a one-track mind saying that I'm not going to listen or hear what everybody has to say. And then once I hear what everybody has to say, and then I think I'll make a better decision for my constituents whom I represent and for the counties as a whole. And I just end with one last thing. When I was elected as a District 4 County Commissioner. But once I got elected as a whole county, as countywide. And so if you're elected countywide, you got to listen to everybody. So, yes. All in favor? All opposed? One abstention. Thank you. It's just what I said in a little speech that I gave, was that I think you get to listen to everybody as a whole. At this time, we're going back to number 8, and we're having a conversation on, because on the, on unfinished business and about our consultant. And, would y'all kind of get us back into what we were talking about, please? Ms. Brittany, if you would, please.
I think we left off with questions, so I'll be happy, and the county manager as well. Any questions you have, we will take them.
Commissioner Sanders?
Yes, sir. My issue with the contract, and I actually recently had a town hall where constituents were questioning me about the contract, because I share everything. And one of the things they said was, which was very intelligent, was a smart suggestion, was why don't we expand the finance department with that amount of money? Why don't we hire 2 or 3 people to manage the Arpa funds that are county employees of $420,000? That could be a whole department. Why are we constantly using consultants for everything? And that made sense. And I thought about that. It made common sense to where we had a department that's for checks and balances, because we don't have a department here in Newton that does the checks and balances. I know you do a lot as a finance director, and your team does a whole lot, but we don't have a department that just goes over the checks and balances of this county. So that made a lot of sense. My issue also is that with the you got crickets in the building. My issue also with the consultant, the contract is a huge, big piece for me. Anytime, for a year and a half I've been here, everybody know I'm big on contracts and the writing and the verbiage. If it's not there, then I don't vote for it. That's a huge, big piece for me. We never received the rates. There's only one copy. I don't know if we're supposed to pass that around. That's another thing. Though we're receiving information at the last minute. So this contract really needs to be reviewed by our county attorneys to make sure it actually aligns with Arpa and the Department of Treasury and the federal dollars that we're utilizing. Because everybody say, we don't want to be another Stonecrest. We don't want to be another Wisconsin. We don't want to be another, all those areas. So we probably need to have it reviewed by our county attorney and make sure it includes the Board of Commissioners, that it states and the verbiage coming back to the Board of Commissioners. Because I do know from contracts, if it's not written, you don't have to abide by it. So it needs to have that verbiage in there. So that's my take on that.
Yeah, the contract was reviewed by the county attorney. Mhm.
Huge issue if it wasn't approved.
It was.
It was.
It
Mhm.
was.
So, Commissioner Sanders, just to, we had touched on this earlier, the $25,000 was for change orders. This isn't for, it's not giving the county manager spending authority over the ARPA dollars. It's giving him the authority to administer the contract. And so this is the standard professional services agreement. This is what you would have in, say, a building project. We have the plans that come through. Every detail of that project is put on the plan by the engineer. If a fire hydrant needs to be moved, we have to have a change order to authorize the contractor to go away from the original plan. And so these are always included because we want the county manager to be able to approve those change orders. And this is the same format here. If it's determined that we need to modify the way that the consultant is working in a small way, the county manager can give them additional directives, change this process, add this item. But if the consultant comes in and says, we can make that change, but it's gonna increase our price by $25,000, that's when the county manager would have to come in and get approval from the board to modify the contract. And I'm not sure if that addresses your concerns.
It does. I do have a question. You said standard. Where is it written on our end that says that's the operation of how it's supposed to go? That's my question, because it's not, if it's not in that contract, if it's not written verbatim, it is not identified. And the other issue that I had was in regards to the items that were already done by the approved by this board and also recommended by the ARPA committee, as well as the commissioner's individual allocation. So who's taking that over? Is that gonna be still up under the board to make those decisions for that first 10 million? Or everything is gonna be under that consultant? Because the commissioners that have been waiting, which a lot of that information has already been approved by our county attorney, just bringing it back to the board for a special call meeting to vote on those items that the commissioners want to allocate their funds for. So I don't think are we waiting on a consultant for that?
So one thing pretty much every consultant we talked to said is that they are not the decision makers on how to spend the funds. They are just here to guide you and to ensure that what you're doing is in compliance.
And where is this consultant firm located?
This one, the iParametrics, I believe, is in Alpharetta. I do know they were in Georgia, and I'm pretty sure
This is
it's
an honest question to put on record, so we're safe. Nobody on this board or anybody in this county, our attorneys, have ever had any relationship or personal or business dealing with this consultant.
Not to my knowledge.
County Manager.
Mr. Vice Chair, thank you so much. I just wanted to emphasize, commissioners, that the dollar amount is not to exceed amount. We're not stating or implying that the contract would be $420,000. That is the maximum amount for the contract. Again, we're stating that it's task-driven, whatever particular specific task that the consultants perform, that's how they will be paid. And if it's not a lot of tasks, then they will not be paid a lot. So I'm emphasizing that. I'm also emphasizing that all of the tasks will come before you all, for you all to have the final approval.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. When I think about when we first started the discussion about the American Rescue Plan Act funds, we were vacillating back and forth whether we wanted to have a consultant or whether we wanted to have someone like the United Way or the Salvation Army kind of help assist with this. So I think what this board decided, if I can recall correctly, the monies that went out for rental mortgage assistance, utility assistance, we did bring in the Salvation Army to help us with that area. We did, this board, if I can recall correctly, state that yes, we do want to have a consultant to come in for the rest of those funds that we have not spent. As a matter of fact, I think we did put on the worksheet when we first started, and I could be incorrect, but it looks like it was $450,000 that we set aside for an actual consultant. And so to me, it sounded like this board was in agreement to actually have a consultant to ensure that we were in compliance. Now, of course, all of the 501c3s, all of the small businesses that this board has said we want monies to go to, I don't think bringing in the consultant actually changes that. What the consultant says is, here is some criteria that I think that you should be going by. These are some things that you should look at when actually allocating or allowing these funds to go here, because we don't want to have to disperse them incorrectly or inappropriately, and then if there's an audit that takes place, the U.S. Treasury comes back and say, well, hey, Newton County Board of Commissioners, you shouldn't have given it here, or you shouldn't have given it there. You didn't really follow what that rule was. So now we have a consultant that is a subject matter expert, because none of us up here are subject matter experts on federal dollars. None of us are. And that's why this board agreed to put a consultant in place to guide us and to direct us to ensure that we are putting these funds out there to help our community in the right way, and that we're not misappropriating those funds at all. So I want this board to really understand that this is a level of security for us, not to take away from hey, we're not going to give to who we've already said we want to give to. We just want to have a double checks and balances to make sure that the funds that this board has decided is going, it's being given out appropriately. So I think if that's what I've gathered from all the conversations on ARPA. So we did agree that we did want a consultant. So, and I think the longer we wait to not have this consultant in place, the longer those 501c3s have to wait, the longer those small businesses have to wait. We don't want them to continue to have to wait. We want to get somebody in place now that can help guide us so that we can get these funds out, because that was our objective. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
I guess County Manager, then Commissioner Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. That's exactly why we want to have a consultant. Because at the end of the day, if we have expenses that are not allowable, then they will be charged to the county. So that is the main reason, exactly what you just stated, Commissioner, why we know the importance of having the consultant, as well as implementing the projects right away versus causing delays.
Ms. Sanders.
Just want to make clarity. Elena Sanders did not say I did not want a consultant. I'm the one who did the worksheet and put the funding there for the consultant. This is our second, actually, search. We did a search before you came, Jarvis, so that is not about saying I don't want a consultant. We had 8 or 6, 7 applicants before, and then we did it again. My issue is just contract. I understand that businesses need them funding. I don't want to put the information there on the worksheet. So my question was just making sure the verbiage was okay, because these are federal dollars, and I just want to make sure the wording was there and it was clear. That's my only thing. I've always looked at contracts to make sure it's clear and that those things are coming back before the board, because if certain things happen, we are liable. So that's one of the main things. I never said I didn't want a consultant. I wouldn't have put it on the application, on the worksheet.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So this is a question for legal. Our purchasing guidelines dictate how we wrote this RFP, I'm sure, correct? So in the event that the RFP conflicts with, I'm sorry, this contract may conflict with our RFP guidelines, our purchasing guidelines supersede this contract in all matters, right?
I would say that your purchasing policies stand aside and apart from what this contract does. This contract is going to allow the consultant to work with the county to ensure that when the county spends ARPA money, it does so in compliance with the law. This contract doesn't allow the consultant to spend money any differently. The county's procurement policies remain in place. The spending policies remain in place. This contract is limited to bringing the consultant in so that they can provide their assistance, not spend the money.
But it would be safe to say the RFP was written with the purchasing guidelines as the template, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Any more questions? Go ahead.
The items that were already put in place on the first allocation, who is taking over that portion? I know we talk about the small business and the nonprofits, understand that, but our commissioner allocation and some of the other things that were already approved and completed by this board, is that consultant taking over everything? Because that's why I had a question about the cost, because a lot of the work has already been done. So that was my actual question. What's moving forward with the commissioner allocation? Because we have not heard anything, nor have we had a special call meeting that we've been requesting.
Okay, so as county manager mentioned, this is going to be a task order driven contract. So the plan is for the consultants to come in and have a meeting with the board, and then that's where we'll start drawing where we want these task orders to be. So we'll come together, have a work session, and then that's when we'll start formulating a plan. So that's why there's not really, there is a generic scope of work, but there's not, I think, the details that you might be looking for, because we're wanting to have the consultants come in and then do a big workshop, and then that's where we'll start drawing out these task orders.
And I'll just add, just to have the input from the elected officials, as far as some of the projects that have already started, we still want an independent outside entity to just make sure that they are in compliance, even with the projects for the elected officials. But we're not, all of the projects have to come before you all anyway. So the projects that you all already approved, as far as you, myself, and other members of the Arpa committee, we wanted to go ahead tonight to go ahead and have the consultant, this matter approved, if that's the desire of this board. And then we're gonna have another meeting among the Arpa committee to start talking about the plans moving forward.
Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So another question for legal, right? We vote on a contract tonight with the stipulation that we can add and subtract with a vote from this board on that contract, assuming both parties agree. We can enact other stipulations at a later date, correct?
Yes, Commissioner, if you wanted to, I believe you're referring to the $25,000 limit. If you wanted to propose a change to that, the board would have the power to, but, you know, at that point, it's a contract that requires the approval of both parties. I can't imagine the other side would be concerned about what threshold triggers the board's action. But you just have to understand that it's a two-party process at that point.
Right, and just to add to, if I had concerns about language that was absent this contract right now, I mean, we can get together, you could put something together tomorrow and we could vote at our next meeting, assuming both parties agree. The consultant agrees, we can put that in place moving forward, correct?
That is correct, but again, this agreement just allows the county to work with the consultant. The detail that I think the board wants to see as far as where each dollar is going, what the work product is, that's going to be driven by task orders. If you don't assign them work, they don't do the work, there's no charge associated with it. And so the proposal is the board going to enter into an agreement with this consulting group to come in and provide services as those services become necessary? You are not voting right now to authorize all future work. All of that future work would then have to come back before the board as individual tasks.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Are there any questions or anything? I have just, I guess, more of a comment. We were told, at least I thought we were told, that the $1 million that the commissioners had, that we could spend it. And I think that we had, I know myself personally, we had give $200,000 to the mental health facility, and we gave it to them, and that's fine, you know, because it was needed. Then we gave an additional idea of $20,000 to the helping healers. So will the consultant go back, because those are county money, and make sure that those money have been spent, and make sure that they have the proper documents that you're making, that we're asking at this juncture that everybody has to do it. And I have another question out there when somebody can ask that for me, and could we have one of the author committee's person kind of address that for me too as well?
Yes, sir, Mr. Vice Chair. And we're not stating or implying that what the commissioners have decided to do for their allocation, that we're changing or stopping that. We, again, just want to make sure everything is compliant. That's all we're stating.
The follow-up question is, are we going back to those who we already approved the money for, and I guess we may have already given it to them, or we're going to go back and ask those entities, those nonprofits, for the same information that we're asking those for now, that we're asking now? Are we going to the mental health facility and ask them for the same thing that we asked them now, asking for their SAMS number asking for the 501c3 or whatever it is that the county's asking, or we're gonna ask them the same thing that we asked now. And the follow-up question is, I think my understanding, somebody help me a little bit, because I'm not on the committee, was that there's 2 years you have to spend those monies. And so how long are we going to hold on to these money, not giving them out to the community? Or are we gonna wait until they take it back? Because at the rate we're going, it's just holding up something that we could be doing positive in the community. And because I get those questions all the time. In fact, I think more people may call me a little bit more because I think the need seems to be greater in town than maybe in some of the unincorporated areas. And so I guess, because I had a list of projects, I seen them way before we made the thing, and we just didn't even got addressed. So I guess, where are my projects at, and were they approved? Or now we got to wait until we get a consultant in hand and pay him or her in order to address those projects that I requested, the monies that we requested.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I may state, we're not stating that we're going to not approve the projects. We are stating that if the particular projects requires additional information that will adhere to compliance from the U.S. Treasury, we want to make sure that's taking place. As far as the question or the comment about slowing down the projects, that's why we have this particular item before you all tonight. We understand there's needs out there for the small business, for other projects, and that's what we're trying to, with you all's approval, to get ahead and move forward with it today.
I'm still asking the question, will the ones that have already been approved, or are we going to request that information from them too as well?
And if additional information is needed to ensure compliance from the Treasury, from the projects that were approved, then yes, we would need that additional information. We're stating that we want to ensure at the end of the day, the county, if we're required from the Treasury to provide any additional information, we as the county, we don't want to be on a hook that we're not having required information from third parties or other parties that we're providing resources to.
Only thing what I'm saying, and maybe it's probably just me, and we'll cut it off here because it seems like it turned into a debate, and I don't want to debate on each of that if we have one standard for everybody, then if we done gave money out, we should go back and make sure they met that standard. That's the only thing what I'm saying. Are they not required to meet the same standards? That's what you suggesting? So
no,
will
sir.
you go back
Yes,
and make sure that they are in compliance with those same standards that you're talking?
Yes, sir, that's what I'm stating.
Okay. So, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Hopefully this will help answer the question that's on the floor right now. When I look back at the last report that was sent out on July the 14th, most of the projects on here says pending legal review. Viewpoint Health is one of those that says pending legal review. So what I took from when I see pending legal review, that tells me that those funds have not been distributed to that organization as of yet. And so Viewpoint Health is one of those on here that actually says pending legal review. So I don't see where that has actually been approved and those monies have gone out at this particular point. So it's several on the list as of July the 14th that are still pending legal review. And so I'm assuming that will be something that the consultant will come in and help kind of address to say, okay, now as the subject matter expert, I've reviewed this list of projects. I see what the commissioners want. Okay, yes, this is in compliance, this is in compliance, this one's in compliance, this one's in compliance. So now I can come to our finance director and say, okay, these are all in compliance. We can go ahead and disperse those funds to those organizations once we know that we're in compliance. Is that accurate, Brittany?
Yes.
Okay.
And
And follow-up question is to you, Ms. Brittany. Have we given them any of those funds? You would know.
Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry.
Have we given the mental health off of Brown Bridge Road, what's the name?
Viewpoint?
Viewpoint,
Mhm.
and the Helping Healers, any of those funds that we're talking about? Because you're saying it's pending, so have any of those nonprofits been given any funds?
The Willing Helpers had already received theirs prior to that, that report, and we did get confirmation from legal that we were okay to proceed with the Viewpoint Health payment, and we made that last week.
I don't think what I'm saying, it's one thing being said, I'm just me. It's one thing being said, but it's another thing that's possibly being done. And all I want the folks to get the money. The people who I put on the list to get the money, I want them to get the money. And I don't want to keep holding it. And they keep holding it and holding it, and one excuse after another excuse. Don't make excuses. If I'm giving money to somebody that you may think you might not want to have, then make sure that you show me where they'll have what they need in order to get the money. But from my understanding is that we're giving money, and we just said one thing, and it's something totally different. So let's do the same for everybody. Are there any more questions? Commissioner Sanders.
This is just my last comment so we can move on. And that was just my whole point. We gave out dollars to nonprofits without a consultant, and we've been holding and sitting on nonprofits that the commissioners been wanting to allocate, and it was put out the same time, and the whole thing was we waiting on the consultant, but we didn't wait on a consultant for the others. So that's my whole point, is when is that funding that each commissioner allocated? Why are we just waiting on a consultant for that when we've already given out millions of dollars already to nonprofits? So that's my hope. That was my question. Are we waiting on the consultant to do the commissioner's allocation? And that's my last comment.
Are there any more questions? If not, we're going to ask for a motion. You want to say something? Okay. So is there a motion? Do we need a motion? We need a motion, don't we, Till?
Yeah, so we need a motion to approve or deny the contract, or something else.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to approve Professional Service Agreement RFP 22-13B for Arpa Consulting Services for Oversight and Compliance for Parametrics LLC.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Edwards and a second by Commissioner Mason. Any more discussion? All in favor? All opposed? It's 2-2. I don't know. So in the case of a 2-2, what do we do?
I would have to consult the rules of procedure. I don't have a copy, so could I have just a moment? Thank you. Perhaps a 5-minute recess?
I would like a motion for a 5-minute recess, do a little research on our motion, and after 5 minutes, we'll come back and hear from our county attorney, Mr. Aaron. We have a motion?
He's asking for a motion.
So moved as stated by the Vice Chair.
Second.
There's been a motion, there's been a second to table, to have a 5-minute recess. All in favor? Are there any comments, any discussion? No discussion, all in favor? Vote, unanimous, 4-4. It's approved.
He must have went to the bathroom. I think he went to the bathroom.
Okay, we've got it.
So what happens? Yeah, we ready.
I know. We're back in session, and since we had asked legal for an opinion, Mr. Aaron, he will come, our county attorney, and give us that opinion.
Yes, Board. So the rules in place ordinarily, when the chair is here, the chair would vote to break a tie. When the vice chair is sitting in for the chair, the vice chair does not get to exercise the chair's tie-breaking vote. So the matter is still in a deadlock, it's in a tie. It's not automatically defeated, but instead the board has to vote to put this forward to the next meeting.
Thank you. And so we're gonna move on to the next item, if I'm not, okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Let me ask one question. So, in the meantime, we can understand concerns by board members and maybe modify this whole deal?
I'm cool with that.
Oh,
Yes.
thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Could, just to make sure the record's clear, I think it would be appropriate for there to be a motion to continue this matter to the next meeting.
Thank you.
And could we include in that motion to address any of the comments that were made tonight?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the motion would be to continue this item on to the board's next regular meeting, and for the board to provide direction to staff to be prepared to address the questions that were raised tonight during the meeting.
So moved, let's take it out of county first. Second.
There's been a motion by Commissioner Elwin, second by Commissioner Mason. Or any comments or anything? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda. Yes, I got number 9, the consent agenda. And I would like to make a motion with the amendments. I think we had asked that 15B to the recreation be added to it so that we can address the recreation equipment. We had asked for it earlier. Okay, I'm sorry, corrected, on the regular agenda. I make there's a motion to approve the consent agenda. It has been motioned by Commissioner Elwood and second by Commissioner Mason. And still no any comments? All in favor? It's approved of 4. Thank you. Agenda item for board discussion. The chair recognizes Human Resource Director, Ms. Shoemaker. And I'm sorry, Ms. Shoemaker, it's been so long, it's been real long.
Hello, everyone. How are y'all? Good. I'm here to present this, the agenda item that actually continues the work that you guys so graciously started for us to ensure that our employees receive a competitive pay in this market. On behalf of the employees, I want to thank you all for voting to raise our minimum wage to $15 an hour. That was key. Also, giving our employees an additional step increase as well as a 4% cost of living increase. I received nothing but thank yous for our employees that I want to extend to you all, so thank you for that. This particular agenda item addresses something that is on the Newton County Strategic Plan, which indicates that the county is to engage a classification and compensation study within 3 years. So with that saying, we put out a request for proposal for a company to engage a classification and compensation study for the counties. We received 4 bids. We spoke with 3 of the bidders, and as a result, we narrowed it down to one particular company. It's the Archer Company. And as such, I'm requesting the approval of a contract for the Archer Company to engage an employee in compensation study in the amount of $41,000.
Are there any questions? Okay, Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the professional services agreement contract for the Archer Company for employee classification and compensation study not to exceed the amount of $41,000.
Thank you. It has been motioned by Commissioner Edwards and second by Commissioner Mason. Are there any discussion? All in favor? It passes, all opposed, 0. It passes 4-0.
On behalf of all the employees, we thank you.
Is there anybody here from juvenile who might want to talk about this? So they're not being here unless the county manager, if he would.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The Juvenile Court is requesting approval for fiscal year 23 contract for an attorney for the Indigent Defense Program in the amount of $41,250. This is included in their budget.
Yep. It has been motioned by Stan and second by Commissioner Mason. Is there any more discussion? All in favor? It passes 4-0. All opposed, 0. Next item on the agenda. Okay, juvenile. So, Aston County Manager, if he would count.
Yes, sir, Mr. Vice Chair. This particular agenda item is requesting approval for fiscal year 2023 contract for Indigent Defense Program attorney for Family Treatment Court. This is in the amount of $5,500. This is budgeted.
Are there any discussion? Okay. It's been motioned by Commissioner Edwards and second by Commissioner Mason. Are there any discussion? Having none, all in favor? It passes 4-0. The next one is recognized. Okay. The next on the agenda, I would like to recognize the IT director for Mr. Gretman, if he would come, or the.
Mr. Vice Chair, he's out, so I'll be presenting this one as well.
Thank you.
Our Information Services Department is requesting approval of a wireless modem agreement addendum for Genesis Elevator in the amount of $1,000 for the 4G LTE modem, which is a $25 monthly for phone service, $56.07 monthly for lift maintenance and service. The cost again is for $1,000. This is budgeted in their fiscal year 23.
Any discussion? Make a motion. Second. Second. Okay, that's fine. There's been motion by Commissioner Mason, second by Commissioner Sanders. All in favor? It passes 4. At this time, I'd like to ask Ms. Brittany if she would come from Finance.
Thank you. This item is to adopt the 2022 millage rate, which will be 9.454. And this millage rate supports your FY23 general fund budget. And that rate is the rollback rate. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Yes. Are there any questions? I entertain a motion.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the 2022 millage rate adoption. County M&O millage rate will be 9.454. Well, I don't have.
I second.
Oh, I'm sorry, because I'm like, I don't have no. Resolution number R071922. Let me just do this again.
Absolutely.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution R071922, adopting the 2022 millage rate. County M&O millage rate will be 9.454.
Here is a motion by Commissioner Mason and second by Commissioner Sanders. Are there any discussion? Commissioner Atwood.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Brittany, refresh my memory. This qualifies as a state rollback rate, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
All in favor? All opposed? Oh. All in favor? It passed unanimously. Next, the chair recognizes Dwayne Mass and Mr. Jeff Prime.
Hey, good evening. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm going to let Jeff handle most of this, but what we're seeking tonight is approval to swap our lights over at Turner Lake Park to LED lights. We're finding it harder and harder to find parts, and everybody's going LEDs, so that's where everybody's headed now. So Jeff's worked on a lot of this with me, so I'm going to let him kind of talk a little bit about contract and all that right quick.
Good evening. So we worked together with the county attorney to put together the RFP which was an RFP for these particular services, which was included to designing and engineering and installation of the new retro kits, LED light kits. We put it out using the procurement procedures. We received only one bid. The other bidder was late getting there. We couldn't accept their bid. Unfortunately, so we don't know where they stood, but we did a thorough analysis of Qualite. They're a very quality product. They met all of our specifications and our requirements. We've also gone through the process of working to get their contract resolved and the language put together and everything put in place. So tonight we're requesting you to authorize us to move forward with entering into the contract for those services.
Are there any questions? Any discussion? Okay, thank you. I entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the recreation purchasing request approval of Qualite Sports Lighting LLC Construction Services Agreement Contract for Turner Lake Park Softball Complex Athletic Lighting retrofit.
Second. There has been a motion by Commissioner Sanders and second by myself, J.C. Henderson, District 4 County Commissioner. Are there any more discussion? Yes. Okay. So having none, all in favor? All opposed? It passes 4-0. In favor. So we had asked at the beginning to add a 15B, and there was discussion. So thank you. And reason why I asked it to be on was it was about $150,000. And Mr. Wayne, we talked about this several times, and it was the restroom, it was the pavilion, and that was splash money. In fact, I think it was 2017 splash money.
That's right.
And so we're trying to go ahead and get it approved so we can go ahead and get that little project. And I think for the $150,000, you correct me if I'm wrong, or as far as to go, it was supposed to put electricity on the existing pavilion, build a pavilion and put electricity on the and build a men's and women's restroom right across from the basketball goal.
Correct. Our thoughts was 20 by 40 pavilion with restrooms, roughly what we've done at Dinah Pace.
Absolutely.
And we've got 130,000 left in the 2017 SPLOST for District 4 park upgrades. We have this ready to go out, so kind of what I would ask is y'all's approval to send that out and to get quotes and pricing on this, and then probably have it back to you first part of September. So it usually runs 30 days, and then time we get it to the attorney for contracts and all that, it'd be early part of September when it come back for approval.
Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to make you all aware that our director had notified me earlier. He had planned on bringing this before you all the first meeting in August. So there was no delay on the department's end. This, as you stated, you'll see here, we had so many agenda items, and he stated he had planned on bringing this item in August before you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any more questions? I'd like to make a motion, since this is in District 4, that we approve the $150,000 to be spent at Nelson Heights on the another pavilion and lighting at both pavilions.
Second.
It's been motioned by myself, District 4 County Commissioner, and second by District 2 Commissioner. Commissioner Mason, or any more questions? We'll make sure everybody has answer any questions that they have. So since there are none, I call all in favor? All opposed? It passes unanimously for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Okay, the next item on is recognize Judge Bell and Jeff Prine to answer any questions that the board might have. And I guess this is concerning to a portion of the, would you please explain?
Yes, sir.
You explain it better than I can. I know.
It's okay. Earlier this year, we entered into a design build contract with Sunbelt Builders. The intent was to renovate and expand the probate courtrooms to give them the ability to meet the requirements for COVID and other kind of expansion needs for the courts. Since that time, we've been working with Judge Bell, her staff, the security team, the sheriff's department, and others to design and work to come up with a guaranteed maximum price of construction. Tonight, we're bringing back to the board this guaranteed maximum price in the amount of $589,275 to construct and complete the renovations. That, with their design fee, would get their overall agreement up to $625,775.
there any questions? Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, thank you, Jeff, for this presentation. So which amount are we actually voting on? Are we voting on the $589,275 or the $625,775?
You're voting to increase their contract by $589,275 to a new total of $625,775.
Thank you. That
I
answers my
should have said
question.
it that way.
Are there any more? Any more questions? Entertain a motion.
So moved as stated by the county pipeline.
Second. Been a motion by Commissioner Edwards, second by myself, J.C. Henderson. Any more discussion? So hearing none, all in favor? It passes 4-0. Yes, Brian, if you would please come and explain.
Hello, thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Board of Commissioners, to have me on this side of the table. When interim county manager Jarvis Sim came on, one of our first discussions were how to move the county forward as far as our communications. And Mr. Sim's big mantras are consistency, innovation, and engagement with our citizens. So we thought the best way to do that was with a citizen relationship management tool. So we set out, we looked for these tools. The one that came back to handle all three of those mantras and kind of do what we needed for our citizens was See-Click Fix. And that's what I am asking this board approve tonight. See-Click Fix is a citizen relationship management app that'll be available on mobile phones as well as on the website, and citizens can call in and staff will input it as well. So 3 ways for our citizens to reach out to us, a new technology, new innovation that we haven't had. This app will allow us to engage directly with our citizens and help them report potholes, code enforcement items, tall grass, things of that nature, many, many other things. Not only will citizens be able to reach out directly to us, but we'll be able to respond to them through the app that we're taking care of it. They'll be able to look at a map generated on the app that shows if it's in progress, that shows if it's completed, and they'll be able to look at that and see where these issues are being remedied. The app is also geotagged, so we'll know exactly what locations. As staff resolves the issue, again, they'll be able to respond directly with the citizen. So to summarize, See-Click Fix gives residents a way to engage directly with Newton County, gives staff a timely first-hand report of the needs of our community, and gives us a way to share our progress and results with our community, and also gives you all a way to show your constituents where to go for requests and how they're impacting their community. If approved tonight, the build-out is expected to be about 10 to 12 weeks. While the app is being built out, we will have training among our staff, department heads, or relevant department heads have already been brought in the loop as we were going through this process, and they are on board. We will also be conducting, marketing strategy to make sure we get the word out there. And of course, we'd love your help in your town halls or the meetings that you conduct to get the word out. This will be a good thing for our citizens, but we need to make sure that they're aware of it and how to use it. So with that, I turn it back over to the board. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions? County Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to recognize our PIO, Mr. Brian Fazio. When I did come aboard, I had meetings actually with you all, and some of the input from Commissioner Mason, Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Edwards, Commissioner Cowan, as well as the chairman, is to bring new innovative ideas here to our county. And when I met with Brian and I told him some of the meetings I had with you all to look for some ideas to ensure that we're effective, we're efficient, and we're transparent, he brought this to our organization. So I just wanted to applaud him let you all know that we heard you all. I heard exactly what you all were saying, and staff quickly brought a plan to implement. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanders?
It's more of you probably already done it, but if you can put on the county Facebook page the link to download it from Apple and Android, that would be great, because I was looking for it earlier and they had a whole bunch of different ones. I didn't know which one was which.
Yes, no problem.
Are there any more questions? Okay, entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the contract for a C-Click Fix Citizen Relationship Management app with the cost of $24,950.
Thank you. It has been motioned by Commissioner Mason and second by Commissioner Edwards. Are there any more discussion? All in favor? All opposed? It passes 4.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is for our county attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair. The Covington/Newton County Industrial Park is currently being developed, as this board is aware. That land is subject to protective covenants. Before the project can be completed, the future occupant of that property has asked the city and the county to confirm that the developer and the project are consistent with those protective covenants. So essentially, with land, you can have covenants that prohibit certain activities or require that activities are done in a certain way. What they were asking for is for the city and the county to both review those covenants and confirm in writing that the property is in compliance. And we have reviewed those covenants and have determined that the property is in compliance. The city of Covington has already approved the estoppel certificate, and so we're asking the county to approve that as well.
Are there any questions? So we need a motion, right?
Yes, Vice Chair, we just need a motion to approve the estoppel certificates.
Entertain a motion. Second. It has been motioned by Commissioner Edwards and second by me, Commissioner J.C. Henderson. Are there any more discussion? So having none, all in favor? All opposed? It passes 4-0. Okay. The next two was table, could you explain to us, Aaron, once again, so make sure everybody clear on it.
Yes, thank you. So this is on 19?
19 and 20.
Yes, so 19 and 20, the request was to have these postponed from this meeting and reset for the next meeting. I believe that the agenda was already amended to remove these items, and so there should be no further discussion on them at this time.
Thank you. So the next agenda item is for the Office of Sheriff, and we're going to ask Sheriff Brown if someone from the Sheriff Department or the county manager. Oh, here's Sheriff Brown. I see you. To come and for discussion about, if I'm not mistaken, it's about $600,000. I think that we need to look at transferring back to the Office of Sheriff.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and to all of you that make up this body tonight. We're here for a simple reason. Here tonight I have with me my budget analyst. I don't know if you all have met him before, but this is Ruben, and I'll let him pronounce his last name. Often I goof it up, and he has such a nice name, I'll let him pronounce his last name. Ruben has been with us for a while, and we now, and I must say that we're operating now from a high standards. I am not throwing anyone under the bus or not casting blame on anyone else, but we are able to do things now that we weren't able to do in the past. In the past, we relied on the board finance department to give us an account of our funding. whether it was monthly or whether or not it was quarterly. And now we have someone in-house that can track the funds daily for us and tell us what's available and what's not available. And again, in the past, and I hope that we can move forward from this point on, not doing things in a historical way, but doing things in a way that is most productive for the board, most productive for us as well. And not to be repetitive in some of the things that we're doing. And also, we have to understand the constitutional authority of the office. I think what we have done in the past is things that are historical. And I ask that we, moving forward, that we will move in a different direction. And had we moved in a different direction, I think this all could have been circumvented on tonight. Again, we're here tonight simply because of the fact Ruben, as the analyst, located funding in our budget to support the need of 15 cars in our budget. It's money that's already allocated. We're not asking you for anything. It's money that's already allocated, and some would think that, well, you're trying to skate around. That's what we told, trying to skate around of it not going back to fund balance. It's not the fact of not wanting to go back to fund balance. We need cars more than we need a fund balance right now. So that's what we're here for. We have already submitted a PO for it. The money's there. As a matter of fact, we was fortunate enough, we had put in for a chiller on the SPLOS, and we were able to find the $500,000 in the budget to do that. So I'm saying that we are operating at a higher standards, and I would ask that the board and the finance department allow us to just operate in that manner. Now we have the tools, now we have the resources to do that each and every month. And what I would like to do moving forward, I would like perhaps the attorney and the finance department, my department, and those of you with the board, maybe we need to meet and just discuss the authority of the office of sheriff when it comes to the do's and don'ts of the budget. And it would circumvent a lot of us coming back and forth to the board and requesting for certain matters.
Thank you, Sheriff Brown, for that presentation. Are there any questions? No questions. Hey, that's good. I just have a comment more than a question. We have been struggling so long about trying to find cars for our officer sheriff and our deputies, for our safety of this county and our citizens. And it seemed like at times we had struggled, but I like this new piece of the office of sheriff where you have money that you know that you have, and I know our fund balance is healthy. So there's no reason why we should put that in fund balance, that it should be given back to the office of sheriff to buy the cars that is very much so needed. And so, is there a motion? Okay. I entertain a motion. Commissioner
Thank you,
Mason.
Mr. Vice Chair. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the request to transfer unused funds from FY 2022 to capital improvement funds. Transferred funds will be used to order and purchase vehicles. I believe it is a total of, $664,815. Total at $44,321, which is be 15 2023 Chevy Tahoe.
It has been motioned by Commissioner Mason and seconded by Commissioner Sanders. Are there any comments or anything anybody want to say? I'd like to say one thing, if I may. And I know it's a long night. But
Very
it's been,
long.
for several times, a long time, we've always seen these cars, these old cars, our deputies drive. And I've said several times up here that we need to do more. And I'm glad that we are doing more. And just bear in mind that those cars, they also have to have accessories too. So hopefully, we can figure out a way to add the accessories that's much needed. All in favor?
You have a
sorry.
question over here.
Mr. Vice Chair, I just wanted to make a quick comment. Our finance director, we are working with the sheriff's office. She did have some input in this. When I did see this agenda item, I did ask her about forecasting, just to make sure for budgeting, if we know about large item purchases, we are able to forecast and we are able to do them. This particular purchase is hitting our budget the last quarter of the fiscal year, and a lot of budgets, the last quarter you only pretty much have emergency purchases. You don't have a lot of large ticket items. So if we do know in the future that if we're going to have large ticket items, we should forecast and have discussions early on so we can have those not in the fourth quarter of fiscal year.
And I just want to thank you, Mr. Sims, for your comment. But if this is not an emergency, if we wait until SPLOS or until the board decide to move forward, it will be next year this time by the time we get the cars. So I think this is an example of good management, looking down the road. You see that you're going to have something funding left. Take the advantage of those funds and go ahead and get the vehicles and put them in place. We, during the course of the year, because of so many companies, would call us and would tell us we have to pull back the POs because there was no vehicles available. Vehicles now are just like finding gold on the street. You can't get them. So you just have to jump at the very first opportunity that you have in getting these vehicles. We saw that we had the funding. We then put in the purchase for the vehicles. Now, had we known this early on in the year, sure. Forecasting is one of the things that I believe in, and I think Ruben is probably going to be one of the best at forecasting. Now, when you say forecasting, all I ask that you would do when we start the forecasting, that you work with us in terms of ensuring that we can facilitate these forecasting matters. That's all I would like.
Yes, sir.
And if I could just throw in another comment, I believe, I take that back, I'll rephrase that. I know that you can work with the office of Sheriff Brown, and he's a very workable person, and he'll work with you in the county in order to make sure that our deputies get those cars that he desperately needs. Work together. There's a motion on the floor. All in favor? All opposed? Passes unanimously. 4.
Thank you.
All right, next on the item on agenda is the consideration to amend the agenda. Resolution. Okay, yes, Ronnie Cowan, yes, I got it now. Commissioner Cowan is not here. He came a little year earlier. So, okay. So Commissioner Sanders, would you help him out on that one?
And that's the county manager one. I didn't want to, okay. I kind of know what Commissioner Cowan was speaking of because I actually saw it in the resolution last meeting and he brought it about. It mentioned that there were changes that could be made to the budget, but it didn't mention to bring it back to the BOC. And so that's what needs to be amended. It said that the county manager can make those changes. And it has nothing to do with this is stating the verbiage. but it didn't mention that any of those changes have to come before the board in regards to the budget. So that's what the amendment is, to make sure that any changes come before the board first in regards to the budget. Unless you have something.
Or any questions? Okay, so if there are no more questions, I entertain a motion.
Mr. Vice Chair, I approve the consideration to amend Resolution 062822, paragraph 11, and add a sentence that states with board approval.
It has been motioned by Commissioner Sanders and seconded by Commissioner Edwards. Are there any more discussion? So, being no more discussion, I'm glad. Being no more discussion, all in favor? All opposed? It passes 4 unanimously. Alcohol licenses. And this is the first reading. Okay. Thank you. Marathon Food Mark, the address is 1814 Highway 11, South, Cleverton. And this is in District 1. So at first reading, you don't have to make a motion to approve it. It just let you know that it's coming. And so at this time, we want to open up for citizen comments. If there's a citizen who would like to make a comment, I know that one young lady had one earlier. This is the right time to come up and make that comment. Please come. 3 minutes. And yes, state your name for the record. And the commission will not comment to you. They may see you after the meeting, then they will respond to your comment. Your name is?
Good evening, good evening, my name is Cynthia Butler. I have read the RFP, and I know you all have tabled that, but I just need some clarity and understanding about this RFP. And the first thing I would like to know, what approach did you have for scoring this RFP? Did you do the simple, or did you do the weighted? Jarvis. Can we ask questions?
No, ma'am. You can make your comment, and after the meeting, you may want to speak
Okay,
with the
all right. So I'll
county
just,
manager or maybe a commissioner.
well, let me just, well, my comments are in the question mode. Is that okay? Can I do the question? Okay, all right. What departments were involved in developing the scope of work for the RFP? Did the team write the RFP questions to uncover the information you need to make a decision? Now, my concern was on page 2A, page 21A, page 22B, and page 23. I didn't see anything in the RFP for A, B, and C. I've never seen an RFP where you didn't have a scope of work, never. And I have reviewed many RFPs, so I'm just not clear. Have you considered an automated RFP software to award the contracts? Did the vendors provide a copy of all insurance policies stating, starting on page 6, going to page 10? What are the requirements from the federal government to distribute the funds to the nonprofit and small businesses? Will you provide a list to the applicants? Who will the county representative be to communicate with the consultants? I am accustomed to an RFP having a scope of work. This RFP does not have a scope of work. So I don't see how you can make a recommendation to approve an RFP or you didn't have a scope of work. Now, I heard what was said, that you're gonna meet with them and you're gonna come up with a scope of work. But that's not what I'm accustomed to. I'm accustomed to the team gathering, come up with a scope of work, and put it in the RFP. So I'm just not clear how you can make a decision without having a scope of work. The other question I have is concerning the grant writer. Have we hired a grant writer? We're leaving a lot of money on the table because we cannot apply for funds without a grant writer. So I'm just not understanding. Looking at the job posting, I don't even see a salary. I know what the Georgia salary is, and I know what the US salary. So now how did I get an answer to my questions? I have tried to meet with Jarvis. I have several attempts to meet with him. So if I could have met with him, maybe some of them questions would have been answered. So maybe we can schedule an appointment. I made several attempts to meet with you. Thank you.
Next person, please.
Good evening. My name is Nikki Church. I am a homeowner in the Hanley Mill subdivision, and I'm accompanied by 2 other homeowners in the Hanley Mill subdivision. There were others that wanted to attend tonight, but they couldn't make it. We have had, since 2021, 3 builders at the same time in our subdivision building homes. My husband and I bought a new home there about 5 years ago. Since that time, the 3 different builders that have been there, last year 3 at the same time. Our roads in our subdivision are horrific. I have pictures here. There's a current builder there who we don't even know who they are. The plan is for them to build an additional 140, I believe, homes. And we also believe that it's only going to be one way in and one way out. So we are here tonight because the roads are already horrible. We've contacted Public Works. They've come out on occasions when we've contacted them and just did little patch jobs, which over time, of course, they don't work. They were out there yesterday. They did 2 little tarred areas again. The road, there's 2 main roads. They need to be repaved. So I don't know a lot about the whole process. I was just told that there's a performance bond that the builders have, and there's something that maybe they can do with that in terms of having some ownership. When they come in, sometimes the last builder that was there last year, they came in, huge equipment. I mean, just enormous, tons of equipment, literally. They come in, they leave, nothing is done with the roads. So we're here tonight to see if there's anything that the board can do to help us. We have dents in the road, indentations. Our vehicles, when we're coming in and going out every single day, it's a mess. And it's only gonna get worse, obviously, because it's left undone. There's another issue is that we have, with the builders coming in, they come in and there's some easements, we think there's 3 areas of easements that are overgrown now with grass this high. When the builders come in, of course, they'll tend to it. The last one last year did. They'll cut it, keep it nice, the same thing with the front entrance. We don't, unfortunately, have a homeowners association, so we're in a pickle. We don't know what to do. The grass is literally this high because the rain has been, we've had so much rain. We don't know if there's something Public Works can do to address this issue for us, but we need to get some kind of help to direct us in terms of how to manage this situation, because again, that's only going to get worse as well. And that's it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. If you,
12th. No, it's near, 30, was that 36? Yeah, so it's right over, the next one over. Yes, sir. Hanley Mills, Hanley. Yes, sir.
We're gonna make sure you get it right, Commissioner. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Is anyone else? Please come.
Good evening. My name is Robert Parker. I also live in the Hanley Mills subdivision. And as she explained, there's dire need for repairs there. In 2009, the builder that was building there was Wilson Parker Homes. He went bankrupt. When he went bankrupt, he just left. They left the roads in the condition they were, and nothing's been done since. Since then, there has been 3 developers there, and there's still nothing being done to the roads. Every developer that builds do put up a performance bond so that any repairs that have to be made, they have an option to make them repairs, and if they don't do the repairs, that's taken out of the performance bond to get these repairs done. Well, right now, we're riding on roads that are in dire need. Vehicles are being destroyed, and as she said, there's only one way in and one way out. Any disaster that happens there, after this point being notified here, it's not just gonna fall on those that are here, it's gonna fall on everybody. And we are a neighborhood, all of us right here. So we're responsible for each other. I served in the United States Air Force, and I didn't just serve for my neighborhood, I served for everybody. And that's what this council does. This board does, serves for everybody in this county. And we need help, and we need help bad. And the builder that's there now is St. Ives Builders. That's the name of the builders, St. Ives Builders. And the gentleman, I spoke to him several times, and he's been very cordial. And he said, anything you need, just let us know. And I spoke about the roads, and he said that would have to come from higher up. And that's why I'm here, because this is higher up. So I'm asking, please, somebody look into it and do something before a disaster happens. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? Yeah.
Hello, I'm Henry Flanagan. I'm trying to figure out how I need to go about getting my power turned back on at 57 Taunton Road. I done went through Judy Johnson, Tracy Hernandez, Crystal Dooley, and I'm tired of the runaround. I'm trying to keep my cool here. All I need is my power. The power went out. Excuse me, the power didn't go out. 2 years ago, the apartment got hit by lightning. The city of Covington assisted Newton County, Station 1, to put the fire out. And then I had an outside disconnect. It was on a temporary pole, I understand that, but that's not the point. I had power with the outside disconnect. The outside disconnect, all you had to do is turn it off, kills the power to the house or to the apartment. Now, the city of Covington Fire Department, the chief of the fire department pulled the meter. He had no business pulling the meter because he's not a county worker, he's a city worker. He's not an electrician, he is a fireman. So he was in the wrong, period, point blank. Now, I have pictures, Crystal Dooley, Tracy Hernandez, Judy Johnson, all of them tell me, well, we don't put meters on temporary poles. We don't put meters on storage buildings. We don't put meters on garages. We don't put meters on nothing but residential. I said, no, you crazy. I went around the whole county. I got pictures everywhere from the county. Even my brother next door, he has a temporary pole. He built a house, no permits, no nothing. Now, regardless, my building is not permitted. At the time, it didn't have to be permitted according to the county, you know, and then, so for now on, everything that I do now is recorded, because if you tell me something, then it's gonna be in recorded. Does it make sense? Because you can't tell me one thing, you can't say that, you know, if I can have this building built for $600 or less, then I don't have to have it permitted. Well, I didn't. I mean, it didn't cost me $600 to have it built. It was built, my boys helped pay for it. I mean, my boys is the one that lived in it. It was an apartment. Then after it burnt down, or after it burnt, it didn't actually burn down. After it burnt, then I got a runaround on how I go about getting a permit, get a building permit, to get power, to get it. When I first called over there, they told me all I needed was to come over there and pull a permit for a temporary power. So then I went over to pull I just need somebody, y'all, because y'all are the board, to get on somebody to help me get my power back on. You know, if I got to throw everybody under the bus to do it, I'm going to. You know, everybody in the county, everywhere. I know my time run out, but, you know, this is me. I mean, this is me. I got to have power. You know, whether I make it, what I was going to do was make it a storage building for my furniture, slash refrigerators, freezers, everything that I got to keep my food in.
Your address is what? Your address, I'm find out who's your commissioner, and maybe, hopefully he'll work with you, he or she will work with you, and maybe helping you as much as they can. So give me your address.
You got to speak up.
He can't hear.
Tell me his address, please, ma'am. What's his address?
57 Taunton Road. My address?
Well, no, ma'am, his address, because he's the one needing the help. So hopefully one of the commissioners. Well, yes, ma'am, I'm so sorry, please forgive me. So one of the commissions, one of us is your commissioner, and I'm pretty sure they want to help. And so we're going to make sure you know who it is, and after the meeting there, we'll get with you. In the city or the county?
We in the county.
We outside of the city limits.
Address. What's your address?
The address for the property is 57 Taunton Road. 57 Taunton Road, Taunton Road.
Is that down below the town of Alfred on the little dirt road?
No, it ain't
Okay.
on my dirt road at all.
Flat shows,
Just
okay.
right off Flat Shows, yes.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Thank
I don't, you know,
Okay.
I don't know which way to
Okay,
go. I
so
don't know what to do.
This is what we're gonna do, we're gonna find out who is your commissioner, and do you get a telephone number for them, please? And then they'll get in contact with them. Do you have a telephone number?
What did he say?
Telephone number.
Telephone number.
Mine?
Yes, sir.
678-381-3366.
Okay, we'll find out which commissioner it is, and he or she will get in touch with you and to the best of their ability, try to help you. Thank you, sir.
All right, y'all, somebody let me know something?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll get in touch with you. Thank y'all.
All right. Thank you, young man.
Is there anyone else? Okay. Commissioner comment. Am I right? Only commission comment. We'll start with District 1. It's a long night. Next commissioner. Well, I have a comment, and it's not going to be long. And thank you. Well, you know, thank y'all for putting up with me tonight. Just want to say thank you. Commissioner Sanders.
I'm gonna be quick. I'm just excited to go to the NACO convention this week, so thank you all for allowing us citizens, residents allowing us to go to that. And I'm also excited, I want to give a shout out to District 3, that we received a congressional grant from Congressman Hank Johnson for $4 million for the West Side Youth Facility. So I'm excited about that, and that's supposed to go before, I guess, the Senate to be approved, but we received the highest grant out of all in the actual district, so we're excited about that. So, thank you so much.
So, is there an executive session? Would you tell us what we need to do?
We do need an executive session. Yep, so if we could
Would it
have
be a
a
decision?
motion to adjourn to executive session.
I entertain a motion to adjourn to executive session. So moved as stated by the county attorney. Okay. Here's a motion and second. Motion by Commissioner Henderson, myself, and second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? So, having been none, we move to executive session.